say. My name is Hugo Morgan. I'll be commentating this evening with Ian Marr, and we're on the live stream, so say hello, big hello to everyone that is at home watching this evening's events. We've got some huge events still to come, of course, the Austral Wheelrace later tonight.
Here for the live streaming, so back to you go now. So this is the motor place for the A-grade women.
Thirteen laps to go now. Went pretty hard at the wheel there, Nicola McDonald now just starting to float back through some serious names in this field. It'll be interesting to see how Lucy Stewart goes. The young Victorian dominating the under-19 ranks now, coming up against the big guns in the elite women's. See how she goes in this event, but there's certainly a couple of names that it would be remiss of me to not mention as big favourites for this one. Christina Clonan, Maeve Plouffe. We saw them just before racing off in that sprint event. They've got some serious speed. Plouffe, of course, really showing her pedigree on the road recently. Dominating the women's tour in Adelaide and the Tour of Gippsland. It's her and Rosamund Gannon that were really battling it out for each and every stage, with Plouffe taking a number of victories.
There you go.
The pace nice and high here from the motorbike. We're past the halfway mark in this motorbike.
He's still alive.
We've been hearing the dulcet tones of Ian Marr all of yesterday and today. Unfortunately, I was a little bit busy this afternoon umpiring a football game in Craigieburn, but I'm here now. Chucked the jeans on, chucked on the shirt, and we've got some serious racing still to come. Lot to look forward to. And these riders are getting some really good laps in the legs as we head towards the pointy end.
And Rory's ridden the young fellas, and she come after the race
here today. Six laps to go now, pretty large field. Very spread out. If you're going to be at the back when that motorbike swings off, you're going to be in a bit of trouble, position-wise. 19 riders on the start list. I think we've got about 18 out there on the track. 5 laps to go now. Over the next lap or so, you're going to have to really start to think about your positioning. I don't think you're going to be able to pass 17 riders in the final 500 metres. So to win in this one, it'll be too much of a task. Not long left now for the bike on the front. You see a couple of riders there on the front from the Australian cycling team. The elbow goes back through to Alessia McCaig. Amber Pate now coming through. 2.5 laps to go. There goes the motorbike, swings down. And here they come. 2 laps to go now. Coming into the front straight. That's Alexandra Martin-Wallace on the front now. Maeve Plouffe tries to thread the needle. Tries to go over the top now. Just sticks herself in second wheel. Martin-Wallace now boxed in on the bottom of the track. She's got some work to do. McCaig's in there. There's the sound of the bell. Here we go. Maeve Plouffe is ready to open up. She's primed herself. Sits second wheel. She's now just waiting, heading down that back straight. Who's going to kick first? It looks like it might be McCaig now who pushes. Here comes Plouffe straight through the middle. Hard to beat at the moment. It's going to be Plouffe once again. Just bided her time. So much composure there from Maeve Plouffe. Really just waited until about 100 metres to go, then opened up the gas, hit the horsepower, put the foot to the floor, and went all the way through to collect the win. Commanding performance once again from May Plouffe, taking the women's A-grade motor pace. Very calm and assured performance from her. Certainly one to continue watching as this night develops. As we now have the men's C-grade motor pace. Men's sprint round 3 rather. So the men's sprint round 3. Semi-final, about to get underway. Some serious interference. You have to ask Ian. What do you mean to call? I'll call it. Is it hot? Is this
out
yeah.
from Cornish.
Lee Hoffman versus Tom Cornish in this one. Third round of the sprint semi-final. Comes underneath now. Cornish now comes to the front. Who's going to get this one? Cornish leading out. Hoffman coming from a long way back now. He's going to have to make a huge run of the wheel. He's got some work to do heading down the back straight. Cornish gets out of the seat. He looks for some more power. Just extends the wattage a little bit more. And that's a good ride. Takes that one. Too fast for Hoffman. And Cornish will go through to the sprint final, winning that one in the third round. Is this, is this C-grade men's motor pace now? Yeah, sweet. All right, we're back out on the track once again. C-grade men's motor pace led out by the very inconspicuous Banana Man. Pretty hard to notice on the track. Fluoro yellow disc wheel on the back. a real character of the Victorian cycling scene. Rarely misses an event. He's out there, he's going to get the position behind the bike. Men's C-grade motor pace. 20 laps.
20 laps for the C-grade. Of course, before the men and women's Austral, there's going to be a helmet in the back straight and a helmet in the front straight for the most enthusiastic spectator. While the event is being run, you're going to be presented with a Kaiser helmet. So they come along with 4 helmets to give away to someone in the stands. That's back and front straight. And they're going to judge who is the most excited spectator in the back straight. So I might go around to the back straight because there's less people in the back straight. I might get a chance over there to win the helmet. Also front and back straight before or during the women's Austral and the men's Austral. On the front here is Shay Dungey now, wearing number 104 in the Blackburn colours. He does his turn on the front. The youngster from the Hawthorn Club, this is the rider here in Oscar von Wyss. Oscar von Wyss. So it looks like they're doing maybe more than half-lap turns as von Wyss takes them down with 16 to go. On his wheel there is the rider of Real Pullman on the front of the bike now. Followed there on his wheel by Ben Elthrington Smith. Got the nice purple Nick sign, Ben Elthrington Smith. Easy to pick up. The rider at second wheel is always easy to pick up. That's Banana Man. He's got the yellow outfit on. He's got the yellow bike, the yellow rear disc wheel, Banana Man. Always sponsoring junior events and of course Banana Man Flooring based down there in Geelong. So swings off the front now as they come around this time to get 14 to go. A motor post event here for the C-grade riders. And it's the youngster from Ballarat that just eases off the back of the bike. That is Cade Killen. Marcel Randall's now on the front in that very smart looking outfit. Marcel Randall swings up the track. And that allows Barry Woods, a former winner of the Melbourne Cup on Wheels back in his younger days, but now doing a great job as president of the Blackburn Cycling Club, Barry Woods, going high on the track in that magnificent Blackburn kit outfit. Short turn on the front from Matthew Denham, who hails from Horsham. He goes high on the track, there's Matthew Denham, which once again leaves Shay Dungey on the front. Dungey swings off to allow the youngster in Von Wyss to take up the running now. So you can see it on the big screen. Isn't it magnificent to be able to watch it on the screen in the back straight as well as watching it live here as they come down the front straight. And it is the rider here of Real Pullman that swings off the bike. And easy to pick up in those nice purple nicks there is the rider of Ben Eltheringham Smith. Banana Man now finds himself back on the front. Swings off to allow the Ballarat youngster to take up the running. That is Cade Killen. Marcel Randalls now. Flick of the elbow there by Marcel to allow Barry Woods to take up the running. You want to take over? Take over for the last half lap. So coming around to get 8 laps to go. This is the C-grade motor pace with 8 laps to go. And on the back of the bike now is Matthew Denham that's on the back of the bike. Shay Dungey about to take up the rear of the bike now.
Laps to go, Matty Denham. He's a big strong rider. One to look out for in this one. He might have to go long range. He rides a pretty big gear.
real mix of young and old in this field. Very well represented by the local clubs here in this one. We've got number 1, 2, 3 there from the Blackburn Cycling Club. Shay Dungy there from Brunswick. We head towards the pointy end of this C-grade men's motor pace. 5 laps left to go. Banana Man position behind the bike. He's just going to flick the elbow and make his way back through. Smaller field here than what we saw in the women's A-grade motor pace. So if you get caught out of position, a little bit further back, you do have some time to make amends. Get yourself back in the bike race. So the bike swings off with 2.5 laps left to go. So only a lap left now for that bike. And then it's going to be racing from the get-go until the end. Just 2.5 laps, 625 metres. What is now a 7-rider field there. The rider just dropping off from the Blackburn Cycling Club. Not able to stay with the pace. We've got 7 riders now battling this one out. That is 2 laps left to go. It's Dungy on the front. He's wearing the Brunswick colours. The Fuji bike. Matty Denham now makes his move. The rider from Horsham, he is strong. I said maybe he'll go long range. He's heard my call. He goes to the front. He tries to hold off the field, but they're coming through now. 1 lap left to go. Here is the sound of the bell. Really starting to kick. This looks like it's Cade Colleen now pushing ahead of Denham. He might just take this one with both hands. Heading down the back straight. Colleen, he looks fast. He's got the fluoro helmet on. And this is a good performance from Colleen. He's going to take it. He gets it all the way to the line for Colleen. Looks over the shoulder. Had some time to sit up. Won that one by about 15 metres in the end. Good move from Colleen. Just waited for Denham to see the initiative and come to the front. Went over the top of him and collects the win in the C-grade men's motor pace.
B-grade field, anywhere, carnivals anywhere. This will be an A-grade field if you're at a carnival somewhere else, because this is a class field when you got the likes of Mitch McGovern, Jack Menzies, Angus Miller from South Australia, Dalton Stretton, who was very impressive before from the City of Burnie Club, Dylan Proctor Parker, Taryn Cook, some very, very promising young under-19 riders in this field. The motorbike on its way. They roll out. Taking it nicely slowly on the front there is Jack Menzies. Adam Lee's on his wheel. Then further back to Nate Haddon. Taryn Cook. Then further back Mitch McGovern with the yellow helmet on. That's Logan Taplin following him along. Then further back to Adam Jackson. Jade Madden. I think I've got them all without looking at the program. Derek Holland in the white colours has gone from C grade to B grade. So they're on their way. The motor pace over 20 laps. This is for the B grade. Very, very classy field, a big field here on the boards at the Joe Ciabola Velodrome at the Darebin International Sports Centre. That's called DISC, D-I-S-C. Oh. Chicken. Yeah? So behind the bike, and this will be the rider from Bendigo, young Nate Haddon, just up from the under-17s, but has medalled last weekend at the under-19 Victorian Championships, as did Karen Cook from Blackburn. That's Cook on the front now, followed by Mitch McGovern with the yellow helmet on. Of course, Mitch McGovern took out the under-19 points race in 2021, and he took out the elite points race here last weekend. That's Mitch McGovern. On his wheel is the Hawthorn rider in Logan Taplin. Then further back to Adam Jackson at second wheel, then Jade Madden. One of the Tasmanian riders there, that'd be Dalton Stretton, number 79, Dalton Stretton from the City of Burnie Club. They thought he was going to win the Burnie wheel race, but he got boxed away, and it was Hamish McKenzie that took out the Burnie wheel race from the Queenslander in Liam Walsh, and Dalton Stretton had to be content with third in the Rich Burnie wheel race. So coming around, 15 to go, and the Tasmanians have had great success here, and once again, you've got three Tasmanians on the front. Swinging off the bike there is Dalton Stretton. That leaves young Hayden Vanderplug on the wheel. He also from the City of Burnie Club. Swings up now to allow young Samuel McKee. He rides for the Launceston Club down there at the Silver Dome, number 84, Sam McKee. Got a couple of riders from South Australia, from the South Australian Institute of Sport. We come down the front straight, 13 to go. And on the front there is the rider of William Oos. William Oos just swings off to allow Nate Haddon to take up the running.
Number 74 there, Jack Menzies got his number there, just flapping a little bit in the wind. He might want to chuck an extra pin on that, put that down. He's got the position behind the bike now. He's on the front, getting nice and low. Rider from the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. So good to see the different colours, different kits back on the track here at Disc. Riders from all different states, Institute of Sports. Halfway through this one now. Angus Miller, pretty strong time trialist on the road. See the tall, skinny frame, the rider from South Australia. Quality endurance athlete on the track and the road. Adam Lees, we'll see him featuring in the 124th edition of the Austral Wheelrace a little later in today's program. He'll be off 140 metres. Pretty powerful rider, Adam Lees. Real strong in finish. If he can jump on a wheel or two and just manage to follow the right moves, he could be in with a chance. Be one to watch, 140 metres, pretty handy mark. Another rider from the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Dalton Stretton, now coming to the front. Nice big field here for the men's B-grade motor pace. Five laps to go now. String out a little bit. Positioning now, this is where you really start to think about it. Just 2 laps left for that bike on the front. Do not want to get caught at the back when it swings down the track, and racing will be underway. This is Taryn Cook now, one of the local riders, rides for the Blackburn Cycling Club. Picked up medals in the under-17s national championships, representing Victoria, now stepping up now in under-19. And he's racing against the big boys here. And he's battling hard. Half a lap now for that bike. Will Eves there from the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. He found himself in the front. He didn't want that position. Didn't want to have to lead it out for the last 2.5 laps. So he's just going to flow through. Finds himself now on about 4th or 5th wheel, just under the blue line. 2 laps left to go. Here they come, really lifting the pace now on the front. Jumping onto the wheel, Sam McKee's got himself in a beautiful position. Taron Cook sits third wheel. It's all starting to happen. There's movement coming from the middle of the field, but they're going to be in a bit of trouble now. Sam McKee, he's wearing the Trek Segafredo kit. He goes over the top. He's fast, he's small, but he's got some power. He heads down the back straight. He's absolutely spinning that gear, Sam McKee, and he's looking for the win in this motor pace. And I tell you what, he's going to take it with both hands. He gets it ahead of Angus Miller from the South Australian Institute of Sport in second place. It's going to be a photo for third. Might have been Adam Lees there coming across in third. But it was definitely Sam McKee taking that one out from Angus Miller. We'll go third place in a moment. Really good ride there from the young Sam McKee. Shot out of the field like an absolute bullet. No one could touch him. As soon as he opened up the gas, it was game over for the rest of the field. McKee, we'll see him in the Austral Wheelrace later tonight as well. He's got 120 metres. Maybe one to keep a close eye on.
Thanks, Hugo.
Some bloke came over and reckoned.
Men's motor pace up next, but then the sprinters. We then want the sprinters ready after the men's motor pace. We're looking for the sprinters to get ready after the men's motor pace. Top field here of A-grade men. As they roll out from the marshalling area. We've got a bunch up. The Singapore rider here in Kelvin Sim trying to get onto the back there of the group. They'll wait till they're all formed up, then they'll be set on their way. On the front we've got the rider in the green colours, that's Kurt Ether. So they're on their way over the 20-lap journey, and number 24 is Kurt Ether, swings up to allow his brother in Dylan Ether to take up the running. So they're both from Dubbo up there in New South Wales, and this is the rider of Dylan Ether, the youngest of the two brothers. Swings up the track in the blue colours and leaves the young boy from the Carnegie Caulfield Club on the front now. That's Jackson Rebar, a very good individual pursuiter. Swings up the track to now another rider in the Oliver's colours. That's the rider there of Raja Jawal. The sassy colours of the South Australian Institute of Sport on the front now. And that's the rider there of Ollie Blenheim, the Western Australian, now based over in South Australia with the South Australian Institute of Sport. Been looked after there by Rowan Wright, a very good Madison rider in his day, Rowan Wright. Down the front straight though, and that'll be the rider who won the Melbourne Cup on wheels here in Melbourne a few years ago. That is Rowan Hayden Smith, that swings high on the track. So a nice leisurely pace to start off the motor pace for the A grade. On the front now will be the winner of 2 Australs. Can he make it a third tonight? I speak of Sam Gallagher. He won it off 90 metres the first time he won the Austral. He won it last year off scratch, and you would have saw him in the his heat. ride from scratch and once again has made the final. Can he make it 3 Austral wins in his short career? On the front, Jonathan Marr from the Blackburn Club in the back colours. Of course, he's dual citizenship and could be riding for Switzerland in the future. Jonathan Marr. Now the rider from Singapore on the front. That's Kelvin Sim. Flick of the elbow there by Kelvin to allow the rider once again to take up the running. Kurt Ether. And his younger brother Dylan now takes up the running in the blue colours. That's Dylan Ether. A very talented youngster, Jackson Rebar on his wheel. A short turn there from Jackson. Raja Grewal at second wheel. Then we've got the 2 riders in the sassy colours. The Western Australian and Ollie Blenheim on his back there. The taller of the 2 riders is Leo Zinnerman. So we do ask the sprinters to get ready. For their next round of events, the sprinters. So Zinnerman on the front. Turn on the front there from Leo Zinnerman. Swings off the bike now to allow Rowan Hayden Smith. Hails from New South Wales. Dylan Proctor Parker. Only a youngster, but I tell you what, a very talented young rider. That's him in the black colour, swinging high on the track to allow a dual Austral winner in Sam Gallagher to take up the running. And coming down with 9 to go. And the rider on the front there was number 80. That's the rider there of William Oos from the city of Burnie. They're coming around, they get 8 laps to go. Over to you, Hugo.
Great motor pace, 8 laps to go now. Just as Ian mentioned before, the rider there, Jonathan Marr, potentially pushing, maybe have a crack at riding the Switzerland cycling team one day, courtesy of his mother being Swiss. But I tell you what, it's not an easy cycling team to crack into. There's been some exceptional Swiss riders, particularly on the track, over the last few years. The likes of Stefan Küng and Tom Bowley, who came from just being exceptional pursuiters on the track to now having terrific road careers, particularly Stefan Küng, one of the world's best time trialists. It won't be easy for Jonathan Marr. Having a good crack here today. 5 laps to go now in this motor pace. Top quality field here for the men's A-grade motor pace. And we've got the man sitting third wheel, wearing the Victorian Institute of Sport colours in Sam Gallagher. He'll be one to watch today. He did double last year, won the Austral, won the Melbourne Cup on wheels, and that was his 2nd Austral win. Could he become a 3-time? It's going to be hard. Quality here tonight. National interstate riders, particularly those riders in the Australian cycling team. That will be the back markers in that final. He's got them to contend with. So the bike's done. Straight and see, 2 laps left to go. And the race now well and truly on. Jordan Villani coming to the front. Not sure how he's going to fare here. Very good pursuiter. Not probably suited to an event like this motor pace. But here they go now. The guns are blazing. The elbows are flying as they come into the front straight. Here's 1 lap left to go. The move being made by Oliver Blenheim there, the rider from the Western Australia. He goes to the front, and this is a great move. Can the rider now jump over the top? Here they come. It's still Blenheim leading. And I tell you what, he's got the fastest way around the track. That's fast. Very, very fast there by Oliver Blenheim. Comes through to collect the win in the motor pace. Dylan Ether there coming across, the rider from New South Wales in 3rd. Oliver Blenheim. Good to see Western Australian riders here today. Well, originally, and now, of course, as we can see, riding for the South Australian Sports Institute. So Oliver Bledden takes out the men's A-grade motor pace. That was event 58 on the program. And we now move ahead.
Top rock over at Rio for the Tokyo. It's a kudos, and of course, what to come over with Mish. Come on, young lady. So Rowan White sort of come over and said, thanks for giving us the big plug, Sassy. But he said also, Asha Kudanov, of course, she's over there helping me now with the women. So, of course, she went to Rio for the Commonwealth Games and the turn for the shoot team. How did you enjoy that experience?
Yeah, it was certainly different. Through the COVID times, it wasn't your normal Olympics where we were in a experienced village. We were in our own little hotel, but we were very fortunate that we had an Olympics, and it's always a privilege to represent your country at the games. So yeah, I was just stoked it went ahead.
How come you got involved with the coaching?
Well, over the last 10 years, I've learned so much and looked up to girls that were quite successful, and I figured I've learned a lot over my career, and I just want to pass that down to the younger generation, and yeah, be there in the
So you're having a spell off the bike?
Yeah, I'm just taking a bit of a break at the moment, enjoying life off the bike at the moment, but yeah, we'll see what happens in the next 6 months.
So how long have you been over in South Australia for?
Well, I've been living in SA ever since 2009 almost, so I call myself a South Australian citizen.
Of course, looking at some of the young sassy girls, Meg Marker and the likes, I'll tell you what, you've got a lot of talent over there in South Australia with the females.
Yeah, we certainly do, and Brett Aiken's done a great job with the SASSI program, and yeah, I've got big shoes to fill at the moment for the next 6 months as interim coach. But yeah, I get to work alongside Ron, and yeah, we're looking forward to the next couple of weeks for Oceanias and National Track Championships.
We wish you all the best, Ash. I'll follow you on the road with the National Road Series and your success on the track. I've seen you ride Madison's and all the rest in the past, so it's great having a chat. So Ashley Akudanov, ladies and gentlemen, one of Australia's top riders. She represented Australia in Rio. Ashley Akudanov. The big sprint coming up here now. You go. And we've got the youngster from Bendigo in Alessia McKay up against Australia's top sprinter in Christina Cronin. So Alessia McKay, a member of the Bendigo Club, and Christina Cronin, a member of the Sunshine Coach Club up there in Queensland. This is round one. It's McKay, the youngster. Old Australian records in both the under 17s and under 19s. A very good flying 200 rider. And look at the craft here at Clonard. She's got down underneath the coach. She's using all her track craft there. And as Christina Cronin, they have to fail over each other there as they touch their elbows. Into the back straight, Cronin got the home early. McKay, the youngster, out of the saddle. She'll try to get a run off the back. And Christina Cronin, she's gone. McKay comes out of now though. McKay down the outside. Oh, close. Cronin, I tell you what, the youngster made her work all the way to the line. Christina Cronin, McKay narrowly will take out front one. And the youngster from Bendigo, she's just moved across to the program in South Australia. Put hands together, mate. Two of Australia's top sprinters in the future, Christina Cronin and Alessia McKay.
Tell you what, Christina Cronin did not get that win comfortably by any means. Alessia McKay really pushed her all the way to the line. Two of Australia's best up-and-coming sprinters in Cronin and McKay, putting on a show here tonight for the spectators at disc. And I tell you what, looks like Cronin was going to take that one right to go. Went away from McKay, but McKay really fought back strongly. There's only half a wheel splitting them on the line. Cronin taking the first round. This is Connor Rowley and Lee Hoffman. The bronze medal final in the sprint. This is he won. Rowley now going to lead things out. Representing Ireland on the track, had a stint racing over in Europe at the end of last year. Showed some good form with a 1 kilometre time trial here on the track at the Marseille Track Championships. Just to see how he's going. Did a really good time there, just over a minute. Got some competition in Hoffman though. Hoffman now goes to the front. Gap starts to open up. Rowley's giving himself some room to work with. The pace now really starting to rise as they head down the back straight. Hoffman in the Australian cycling team gear. Rowley in black. Who's going to take this first heat now? Hoffman looking for some more speed. Gets out of the saddle. Stays really high. He's waiting. He's waiting. He's going to shut the door now on Rowley. He goes down. Fastest way around the track for Hoffman. Is Rowley going to have anything to throw at him? He's giving it here. He sits up. Hoffman takes that one. Expertly ridden by Lee Hoffman. Just waited, looked over the left shoulder, and then came down, closed the door on Connor Rowley. He had to go the long way around. He didn't quite have the gas. Hoffman takes the first heat ahead of Rowley. We really are spoiled at the moment. Australia's best sprinters on display. We've got certainly two of the big guns here. Matt Glater, arguably Australia's best sprinter for the better part of a decade. He's coming up against one of the young guns in Tom Cornish. Of course, these two are trained together. They know each other's styles. They maybe know their weaknesses. See what they use against each other in this heat. Plates are going to lead it out. Cornish had to go to the third round to take care of Lee Hoffman, but did win that semi-final in 3, got through into this gold medal ride-off against Matt Glater. Glater rode a 9.7 flying 200 yesterday, suggesting he's coming here. Some real good form. It is early season, of course, for these riders, so they're not going to be peaking by any means, but that is fast. Tom Cornish, he's fast as well. The rider who came up through the ranks in the under-19s, setting these incredible times in the 1 kilometre time trial, and now really cementing himself as a top sprinter. He goes to the front, there's the belt. He's going to lead this one out from Glater. Glater puts the elbows out, opens them out. Is he going to go? Cornish probably wasn't going fast enough now. Glater really goes hard at him. I think Cornish has been caught out a little bit here. Glater's going to come over the top and take that one. Cornish just didn't quite hit top speed there. Opened up the opportunity for Glater to punch around the outside. He does so, collecting the first heats. Put your hands together. Matt Glater takes that first one.
With your 8 points race over 24 laps. 24 laps. So 3 sprints. Yeah. This is the points race for the B grade women. What's it, every 8 laps, Nunny? Every 8 laps the sprints? Yes. Sprints every 8 laps. So they're sprinting every 8 laps for points 5, 3, 2 and 1. And then the rider that's accumulated the most points is declared the winner of the event. Looks like a very small field up there of B-grade women. It's like 6 riders I can see up there, 6 riders. Looks like some of them may be saving themselves for the women's Austral final. But they're on their way. 6 riders on the track. So they're on their way over the 24-lap journey. Women's B grade points race. And it's the young Tasmanian in Felicity Wilson-Hafferton that leads her down the front straight from Courtney McGowan. Emily Walker there on her wheel. Then further back then, that's young Mia Williams in those greenish colours. Then the 2 Humber sisters from Ballarat. That's Alaya, the smaller of the 2 sisters. Then Aisha, the taller. So Emily Walker, always a great competitor over there in Tasmania, and especially over the 1,000-metre journey. Always very hard to... many placings over the 1,000-metre handicap journey, Emily Walker. And that's her going to the back of the field now. A short turn on the front for Mia Williams, who peels off, as does Aya Humber, as does Aisha Humber, which once again leaves the young Tasmanian in front. She rides for the Hobart Wheelers Club there in Tasmania. As I said many times, I've been going to Tasmania for many years, calling the Christmas carnivals. And she burst onto the scenes back in 2020 down at Hobart. On the first day, she took out the under-17 wheel race back in 2020. And then last year, she went up to the 19 age category. And at the Silver Dome there in Launceston, she took out the women's wheel race. So she went from under-17s up to under-19s and took out the very prestigious Launceston wheel race for women. So Mia Williams increases the pace now because they all know that there's going to be a bell for the first sprint coming up shortly. 3, 4 across the track. Aisha Humber, the 18-year-old from Ballarat. Up on her outside, the youngster also, Felicity Wilson-Hafferton. And that allows Emily Walker just to cruise through underneath. So first lot of points coming up now, 5, 3, 2 and 1 for the first 4 riders over the line. And it's the youngster from the Carnegie Caulfield Club in Mia Williams that leads them down the back straight. The youngster from Tasmania in Felicity Wilson-Hafferton, she'll get a run off the bank. She's looking for the 5 points. 5 points coming up for grab. And it's going to be the rider on the outside, number 37 in Wilson-Hafferton. Then further back to Mia Williams, Emily Walker and also Courtney McGowan. Men's C grade, we want you up there in the marshalling area. Thank you, men's C grade. We need you up there in the marshalling area. Thank you, men's C grade. You go.
Huffenden collects the 5 from the first sprint at the 16-lap mark. The next sprint is going to come with 8 laps left to go. This race originally 32 laps, shortened to 24, meaning there are 3 sprints every 8 laps. Small field for this one. There's 5 riders now out on the track. 5 riders on the left, I should say. So Huffenden collecting the first 5. They edge closer to the second sprint, happy to just roll through, do their share of the pacemaking. Riding pretty cohesively as a group at the moment. Emily Walker there just lets the elbow, goes back through. So it's happening, collecting the 5. Mia Williams 3, Emily Walker 2, and Courtney McGowan. The ex-sprinter now transitioning to endurance from Queensland. 4th place of the first sprint, gets a point for her troubles. 2 more sprints to come. And it's Haffenden leading on 5. They're taking care of each other at the moment. Still time here to see a late move in this one. Potentially one of the riders there, Alea Humber, Aisha Humber, didn't get any points in that first sprint. A move could be on the cards. We've got Alea Humber in this one. I think Aisha is out of the race. Just down to 5 riders. And we now come towards the next sprint. Here's the sound of the bell. Happen and collect 5 from the first sprint. She's got the number 37 on her back. She's wearing the white, riding the red Cervelo. Goes now around the outside. Real starts to push towards this one. Goes over the top of Williams, who was second in that first sprint. Haffenden looks to do the same. Going to collect 5 points once again, and she does so. Felicity Haffenden there collects the 5. Mia Williams 3. Coming across, Emily Walker in 3rd place, collects 2 points. And 4th place there across the line, collecting the 1 point. I think it was Courtney McGowan. So the same result, exact same result, first sprint with Haffenden now. Her lead, 10 points at the top of the standings. And she leads this points race.
Just said from Mia Williams. So all the results you can always see up there on the scoreboard. That's after 2 sprints, with 1 more sprint to come, and we are looking for the riders to line up there in the men's C grade points. I don't see many men down there for the C grade points race. Looking for all the C grade riders to make their way down there to the assembly area. It's Emily Walker on the front. Carts them down the front straight. On her wheel there is Alea Humber. Mia Williams. Then further back to Felicity Wilson-Haffenden. That's won the 2 sprints. And from the University of Queensland club up there in Queensland is Courtney McGowan. Always acquits herself very well in a 1,000-metre handicap. There's Courtney. Coming down with 4 to go. Can she make it a clean sweep of the sprints, the youngster from Tasmania? She's a member of the Hobart Wheelers Club down there south in Tasmania. And Hobart, for the last 2 years, have been part of the Tasmanian Christmas Carnivals, the last 2 years. They used to be a standalone event before that, but it's great to have Hobart as part of the Tasmanian Christmas Carnivals. Mia Williams goes up the track to allow the Tasmanian to take up the running. That's Wilson-Haffenden. Courtney McGowan in the yellow colours. A commentator's dream when you've got the riders in colours that are easy to identify. And with 2 laps to go, Emily Walker, Alea Humber, the older of the sisters from Ballarat. Look at Felicity Wilson-Haffenden now making a forward move, this youngster from Tasmania. Come and get the bell. She's trying to make it a clean sweep of points. She's already on 10 points. Can she make it 15? Emily Walker down the back straight, making her work hard, the Tasmania. Emily Walker, I tell you what, she's strong. And Emily Walker, she's going to upset the... Oh, a bit of a touch of elbows there. But going down nicely to take that out would have been Emily Walker. Then further back to Mia Williams. Felicity Haffenden-Wilson will do enough to take it out overall. She would have picked up points there in that final sprint, finishing 3rd. But you'll find the young Tasmanian in Felicity Wilson-Haffenden will, I think you'll find, overall take that out. So that was the women's B grade points. A small field, but entertaining as we turn our attention now to the men's C-grade points race.
Event 64 now on the program. C-grade point score. We edge ever closer to the men's and women's Austral Wheelrace finals, and of course the return of the Australian Madison Championships here at the Austral. Very much looking forward. Just been handed the list of teams for those two Madisons. The women are going to ride 120 laps, the men 200. I tell you what, it's pretty hard to pick a favourite. Looking across the board, the teams look super even, and we'll definitely get into the details of those teams as we get closer to those two Madisons. But first up is the men's C-grade point score. Tell you what, on that final sprint there, Emily Walker got to the front, super strong. Did not give up that position. It makes you think, should have employed that tactic for the first two sprints. Could have maybe got away with all three sprints and the points score victory. So 24 laps for the men's C-grade competitors. 3 sprints, just like we saw in the women's B-grade point score. First sprint at the 16 laps to go mark. So we've got the riders sitting this one out, focusing on the Austral Wheelrace, which is not too far away at all. 124th edition, a race so steeped in history, with an honour wall of the absolute greats of the sport. We've got 6 riders out on the track. Maddie Denham, the rider from Horsham, is in this one out. We've got Marcel Randalls on the front. Dungy wearing the Brunswick colours. He comes to the front now. Barry Woods there sitting third wheel, the rider from the Blackburn Cycling Club, winner of the Melbourne Cup on wheels. We actually saw him have a good crack at it this year as well. Got into the final. Actually the rider from Ballarat and Sebastopol, Daniel Bucknell, who's the winner of the Melbourne Cup on wheels. Most recent edition in December of last year. Woods there, just leaving a little bit too much room between the wheel. He's going to close that gap now. The pace now just really starting to lift to the front. Cade Colleen, he's got the fluoro yellow helmet on. He's lifting the pace, trying to make a move here, or just get others worried, really stretching the legs, and here they come. Gaps opening up between wheels. This group really starting to stretch out now. You looking over the right shoulder. They want someone else to come through and help with the pacemaking. Colleen really has opened up a big gap in this field. Cracks are starting to show. It's Colleen and Randalls now in front. Dungy does the pacemaking. He's going to bring it back by the look of it. Got the other 3 riders stuck on his wheel. Here's the sound of the bell for the first sprint. Randalls is going to lead it out, but Colleen goes early. He punches over the top. I tell you what, the legs are going to be feeling a bit heavy after that acceleration, 2 laps to go. But still, he looks strong enough to take this sprint. He pushes away now. Randall's still coming after him. Dungy sits third. He's going to be amongst the points, but Colleen gets the 5. Ahead of Randalls, Dungy, and 124. Ben Altringham-Smith there gets 1 point for his troubles. 4th place across the line at the opening sprints.
That was the first sprint of 3. Is on the front now as Barry Woods, of course, a former winner. A flick of the elbow there by Barry Woods to signify that he's going up the track. Barry Woods, a former winner of the Melbourne Cup on wheels. Now got a great program going there at the Blackburn Cycling Club, the largest membership in the history of the Blackburn Club, and that's the rider in the Blackburn colours there at second last wheel. He's the president, Barry Woods. Not yet. On the front is the rider here of Marcel Randalls. Swings up to allow the Brunswick rider in Shay Dungy to take up the running. Short turn there from Shay has been Altringham-Smith now on the front. Flick of the elbow there by Ben. Pace wasn't quick enough here for Marcel Randall, so he decides to go up and go to the front. Barry Woods latches onto his back wheel, then further back to the young rider from Hawthorn there in Oscar Bonwis. Cade Killen there at fourth wheel, then further back then to the rider of Ben Eltheringham-Smith and Shay Dungy at the rear. Sprint every 8 laps. And it's Randall's on the front, looking over the shoulder, swings up the track, as does Barry Woods in the Blackburn colours. And that leaves the young rider in Oscar Bonwis on the front. Cade Killen, now based up there in Ballarat, Cade Killen. He took out the first lot of 5 points from Marcel Randall, Shay Dungy and Ben Eltheringham-Smith. So at this stage, Cade Killen leads the men's C grade. So the second sprint coming up. And on the charge once again, the youngster from Ballarat, Cade Killen, was a member of the St Kilda club when he lived in Melbourne, but Cade Killen goes to 10 points. Getting up for second will be Ben Eltheringham-Smith in the purple Knicks. Then further back to Shay Dungy, and they're being followed in there by Marcel Randall. So we'll update the scoreboard, but 2 wins from the 2 sprints for the youngster there, Ballarat, in Cade Killen.
Tell you what, Cade Killen is very hard to beat at the moment. He's dominating this bike race. He won the motor pace event earlier this evening, showing that same form here in the points race. He's won the first 2 sprints. He's got the maximum 10 points that was up for grabs, so he leads. And Marcel Randall, Shay Dungy and Ben Eltheringham-Smith are all tied on 4 points. This is final sprint. It's going to be super important. I don't think anyone is going to touch the lead that Cade Killen has built up over those first 2 sprints, unless he drops a lap. Doesn't even need any points for that final sprint. He's secured the victory. I dare say that I think he'll battle it out anyway. Try and get the maximum amount of points up for grabs here. Pace now just going off in this one. We've seen some accelerations from Killen. Been willing to have a crack. Still had enough juice in the legs to take over in both of those sprints. Barry Woods now coming to the front. He's happy to roll things over. 4 laps left to go now. Cade Killen is alert. They're looking around at each other. Ben Eltheringham-Smith, he made his way through the field. He's looking to punch over the top, and he does so now. Killen is really going to have to raise the pace to hold onto the wheel. He does. Eltheringham-Smith now on the front, setting a really good tempo. Killen doesn't want a bar of it. He swings up with him. The pace now just goes out of this one once again. Eltheringham-Smith there tried to make the move through the field, went high, but Killen, he was alert. He saw the move coming, wasn't caught off guard. He jumped onto the wheel straight away. We approach the final sprint now, half a lap until the sound of the bell for these riders. Killen jumps in the front. Dare say he's going to try and hold on to that position for the rest. Here he goes now, out of the seat. He opens up the gas. Is anyone going to be able to go with him? He's been hard to beat in this bike race. He was hard to beat in the motor pace. He won that, and he's going to win this points race as well. Cade Killen races away. Eltheringham-Smith and Randall try to come after him, but I don't think they're going to get there. Killen's too fast. He gets the 3rd sprint. He gets the points race win ahead of Eltheringham-Smith on the line of the final sprint. And Oscar Bonwis and Shay Dungy there coming across in 4th place. So we'll have to look at the points. Yeah, Cade Killen adds another win to tonight's program. After the motor pace, he takes the B grade point score as well. Absolutely B grade proceedings. C grade, I should say. As we now push forward into event 65, the men's B grade point score.
Took it out from Ben Eltheringham-Smith. Shay Dungy on 4 points was third. B-grade riders lining up down there. All in anticipation coming up. We got some great sprinting events coming up. We've got the two finals of the 124th edition of the Austral Wheelrace for both men and women. And then we've got two of the National Madison Championships held in Adelaide last year, but great to have the National Madison Championships back here in Melbourne. Nine riders come onto the track over the 32 laps. So we've got 4 sprints here. So they're on their way. Of course, some riders aren't riding because they're in the final of the Austral Wheelrace, brought to you by Quest of Ivanhoe. And this young Sam McKee was unwell. He didn't ride the Christmas carnivals this year over in Tasmania. He was not well, but great to see young Sam coming across and racing here in Melbourne. That's him at the back of the field now, Sam McKee. But it's the Hawthorn cyclist now in Logan Taplin, acquitted himself very, very well here at the championships last weekend. The rider on the front now went up from C grade to B grade. That's Derek Holland. Derek Holland in the white colours went from C to B grade. Jade Madden, sorry, this is Daniel Jackson on the front. Daniel Jackson swing up to allow the older of the Eves brothers, that's Mrs. Will Eves, from the City of Burnie Club over there in Tassie. Another, so Tasmanian riders 1, 2, 3. Hayden Vanderploeg swings up to once again to allow Sam McKee to take up the running. In different colours today, Jack Hadley, that's him at second wheel in the black colours. He took out the St Helens Wheelrace, the last event at the Christmas Carnivals, and that's Jack Hadley that took out the St Helens Wheelrace. Going to the front now, short turn, as Logan Taplin takes up the running. So the bell's sound, first sprint coming up, and it's Logan Taplin that leads down for the judge. Move around the outside from Sam McKee now, the young Tasmanian, and McKee bursts around the outside. A touch of shoulders down the back straight, Taplin kicking strong. And Taplin, I tell you what, he rode very impressively here. He's about to be challenged by Hayden Vanderploeg. Vanderploeg down the outside. Oh, yes, I think he may have thrown at the line. We'll wait on the Chief Judge, Dave Danson, to give us the numbers. But Vanderploeg from Logan Taplin, maybe. That's after the first sprint.
That first sprint now, we've got 2 groups on the track, one group just surging away, and they're going to come into the front straight and see 21 laps to go. The gap really opening up now. We've got a Tasmanian on the front, that's Will Eves. He's joined by Adam Jackson and Aston Freeth. So they're the 3 riders out in front at the moment. About a 30-metre gap. Sam McKee though working really hard on the front of this main group to really try and bring them back. Jack Hadley's on his wheel. We've got Logan Taplin in the group. And now looks like one of those riders has gone back. So Adam Jackson now goes back to the main group. He hasn't got the legs for it today, by the looks of it. Been a big 2 days of racing, so now we've got 2 out in front, and Will Eves looks to go alone. He doesn't want Aston Freeth with him. He's got 18 laps left to go. But he's going long range, the rider from Tasmania. He's got the TIS on his back, and I tell you what, he's thrown it all on the line here in this point score. We've still got 3 sprints to come, but Will Eves, he's not waiting around for anyone. There's the sound of the bell. He looks over the left shoulder. He sees Freeth coming after him. But I think he's going to get the 5 points. He's going to battle it out for 3rd and 4th in the main group. It was Van der Ploeg who took the opening 5 points from the first sprint. Is he going to get a couple more points here? Eves now comes through. He wins the sprint. This is a great move from the Tasmanian. He gets 5. Freeth collects 3 points. Coming through now, Van der Ploeg, 2 points, and McKee 1. So Van der Ploeg there, minimal effort, but gets the 2 points. Could be really important come the end of this points race. He now has 7 points to his name, and I think he'll hold on to his lead in the standings, but he's got a lot to be worried about in terms of this move away from Will Eves. Freeth now looks like he's going to come onto the back wheel, so we've got 2 riders joined together once again at the front. 14 laps to go.
Tasmania in Will Eves that leads them down the back straight up onto the top bench. These 2 are shot clear. Hayden Van der Ploeg leads the main group along. They're working their turns out in front. This is Leo Zinnerman from South Australia. Been looked over there by Rowan White and also Asher Kudanov taking over Sassy now with Brett Aiken, who's been promoted up to Tim Medecker's role. So he is now the endurance coach of the Australian team, with Tim Decker going over to China to be a coach in China. He's over there doing quarantine at present. He arrived in China and got 14 days to isolate. But this is young Leo Zinnerman on the front. On his wheel there is Will Eves. They're starting to bring it back. Leo Kaplan doing a lot of the heavy work. But these 2 working well together out in front with 10 laps to go. And the Zinnerman that leads out there from Will Eves. Hayden Van der Ploeg is the one doing the chasing there along with young Sam McKee. Jack Hadley in the black colours on McKee's wheel. Then further back to Logan Kaplan. 3rd sprint coming up. At this stage we've got the Hayden Van der Ploeg on 7, Will Eves on 5, Logan Kaplan on 3, Sam McKee on 3, Aston Freeth on 3, and Derek Holland on 1. But it's going to be Will Eves that'll take this one out. Will Eves takes out the 5 points from Leo Zinnerman. Picking up the 2 points there is Sam McKee, the 1 point to Jack Hadley, with 1 sprint to go. But Will Eves has gone on with it, with coming around to get 7 to go.
He's not slowing down, although they are starting to cut back this gap now, really working hard. Van der Ploeg coming to the front of this 3-rider group. And I think Will Eves now goes into the lead in this points race. He does. He's got 10 points. He's won sprints 2 and 3 with this attack. Still got Freeth on the wheel. And not quite across yet. Van der Ploeg and Logan Kaplan trying to bring them back. I think they will get there. They're almost there now as they come into the front straight. Kaplan now, 1 last surge, 1 last effort to get them back. He does. So Eves leads the points race on 10 points, ahead of Van der Ploeg, who has 7. Curiously, out of the points in that 3rd sprint, he's on the back of the main group. And didn't get the 2 points that he got from the 2nd sprint, but you see on the front. 4 laps to go now. Van der Ploeg comes to the front. He sits 2nd on 7 points. Freeth 3rd on 6, and McKee 4th on 5 points. So this one well and truly still up for grabs. 2 or 3 riders in this bike race can still win it. Will Eves, though, finds himself in a great position. 3-point lead going into the final sprint. 2.5 laps to go. Van der Ploeg now finds himself on the front. We've got a 5-rider group out in front. McKee has dropped off. He's trying to work to get his way back on, but the pace is lifting. That's going to make that task very difficult. And it's Will Eves once again. He gives another crack. He throws his hat in the ring once again. Will Eves, the rider from Tasmania, goes away. Taplin's working hard to try and bring him back. They come in at the front straight and hear the sound of the bell. Can Will Eves take this one out? Taplin pushes over the top. Can he get the 5 points? Van der Ploeg still very much in the mix as well. They head down the back straight and it's Taplin who's leading. Eves is trying to cling onto the wheels, but he's just going to drop off. Taplin now pushing towards the line. He's going to hold on for 5. He gets it. He gets the 5 points. Derek Holland there second with 3 points. Van der Ploeg gets 2 points and Eves gets 1. Which I think will mean that Will Eves will be the winner of the points race. The Tasmanian, I think he definitely deserves a round of applause. The rider from the TIS, Will Eves, what a ride. He really threw it all on the line there. Commanding ride from him, and he wins with 11 points, just 2 points ahead of Hayden Van der Ploeg.
Interesting before, I just said that Tim Decker reported the endurance coach for the endurance team. I just said that he was over in China in quarantine. I just get a text from Tim Decker with a photo, always watching from my quarantine room in China. So that means that the live streaming has been picked up in China. So that's how good live streaming is, that the Austral has been picked up in China by the live streaming. So Tim Decker has sent me a photo of him being in quarantine in China, watching. First round, the experienced and the quick learner. Christina Clonan down the bottom, Alessia McCaig at the top. They're sent on their way by Matthew Wright. Christina Clonan turned herself from an endurance cyclist where she's won the Madisons at national level, the Bendigo International Madison, a great endurance rider, and then she's sprinting, of course, the Australian sprint program now with the retirement of Anna Mears, Stephanie Morton, Carly McCulloch, and now that this young lady from Queensland is Australia's #1 sprinter, Christina Clonan. And we've got 2 riders that have been, 2 young under-19 riders have gone across to South Australia, and this is one of them, Alessia McCaig. She holds Australian records in both the under-17s and under-19s, and we've seen what happened earlier on. She's a very talented young girl from Bendigo, but she's up against Australia's best sprinter currently, and this is Christina Clonan. Clonan leads out, McCaig gives some room, she just lays off, but I tell you what, look at Clonan go. Clonan up on the top bend, the Queenslander. McCaig now comes at her. Clonan in the front, St. McCaig can't get to her, and that's why she's #1 in Australia. Christina Clonan takes out that round. A very likeable young lady from Queensland, always willing to have an interview, a chat, and it's great to see some of these riders that have their PR skills are very, very good, so it's very important for young riders to learn public speaking, because if they're interviewed on the podium, it's always good to be able to get some words from them. So great sprinting there, Hugo.
Absolutely. Clonan takes that one in straight sets, takes heats 1 and 2 to collect the gold medal in the sprint. And we've now got heat 2 between Lee Hoffman and Connor Rowley, the bronze medal in the sprint. Rowley up the top of the track in the all-black affair. Representative of Ireland on the track. It's Lee Hoffman on the bottom of the track in the Australian cycling team gear. The Argon 18. Got the stare down going at the moment. He's keeping a very close eye on Connor Rowley. Comes down a little bit too far, just off the duckboard. Back on track now for Lee Hoffman. It was Hoffman who took the first one out pretty comfortably in the end. Connor Rowley coming into the front straight, just sitting up, Knew that Hoffman had him beat in that one. Hoffman did lead it out and just waited for his moment to shut the door on Connor Rowley. Connor unfortunately just run out of track in the end. Now Hoffman comes up, is really trying to cramp him on the top of the track, swings down, lifting the pace. Rowley looks like he's going to come from the back once again. Hoffman looks to lead it out. Happy to do so now. Rowley really looking for some speed. He's out of the saddle. Nice and high. He's going to try and use the banking. Rowley's lifting. He's got the head shake on. Here he comes. Hoffman leading it out once again. He comes down a little bit later. He's onto the wheel of Hoffman. Can Rowley make a real good pursuit here around the outside? He surges. He's having a crack. Rowley pushes. Not quite enough. It's Hoffman who takes it once again on the bottom of the track, just like he did in the first heat, from the front all the way, leads it out, and Connor Rowley, that one more competitive, but Hoffman, the winner of the bronze medal. Put your hands together, Lee Hoffman. Yeah, third. It's a virtual medal.
Now, two very powerful sprinters in Tom Cornish and Matthew Glasner. Cornish is the rider that leads out, looking over his right shoulder, and he's got a junior world champion twice back in 2010, and of course one of Australia, well, he is Australia's top sprinter, Matthew Glasner. But Tom Cornish, the youngster, look at him half-tracking, looking. He goes to duck underneath. He fights that one well and down the back straight. And look at him go. I tell you what, he is in good form here, Matthew Glasner. He's come back from his illness and also from his calf injury. And I tell you what, he put on a masterclass there for a very, very fast man in Tom Cornish. And Matthew Glasner, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you what, he's starting to really get ready for the Commonwealth Games. And Matthew Glasner, he's a happy man.
Kilometres per hour. Just shows Tom Cornish, he's not moving slowly at all, but Gleitzer is absolutely flying. Takes that one in straight sets to take the win in the men's sprint. Cornish, second place. And Lee Hoffman in third.
We got more sprints after the Austral. Is that the end of the sprint? Right.
Ooh.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I've got with me Brett Aiken. Of course, now he is the endurance coach of the endurance team over there in South Australia. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason we got Brett Aiken out here, you would have all read the very sad passing of Dean Woods. Of course, Dean, at 18 years of age, won a gold medal in the team pursuit. And just like Brett, to say a few words of what he knew about Dean Woods.
Yeah, look, obviously, I've been in the sport a long time, and he's just a few years older than me. I actually started cycling in 1985 on the back of watching Dean at the Olympics in 1984. As a junior, he won Olympic gold, and really, for me, that was the starting point. So really, for me to dream big and dream about winning Olympic gold in the future, and I guess little did I know that later on that Dean would become part of my life in the sense that we become teammates. And we went to the Commonwealth Games together in 1994. We did Olympics in 1996, and we shared medals or podiums at both of those games. So, a lot of people don't realise, but I won the points race in Com Games in '94, and Dean was probably the main reason why I won that race. He selflessly helped me, throughout that race, gather points, lead me out in sprints. And meanwhile, he was racking up points himself. He ended up actually on the podium with one goal. Hugo going to the second as a wheel. We're all on the podium, but I'm sort of indebted to him because of that. And then even later on, in 1996, we were in Ivanhoe, and we took bonds in the team's pursuit as well. So, yeah, what I remember about Dean, I guess, is he was a real forward thinker. He was always thoughtful. He was always thinking about how he could help the younger generation coming through, such as myself. He obviously went to the first two Olympics, and then he missed the Olympics in Barcelona in '92. And then it was after we won our first world title in '93, we came back into the team, and from there on, he was really a mentor, I guess. He taught us a lot. He taught us the things that we didn't know as young athletes, and he was obviously extremely passionate, was passionate about the sport to the very end, and I think it shows how much cycling really sort of takes hold of you, I guess, in a sense, and I remember sending him a message only about a week before he passed, and I didn't know that it was that short a time. And I got really emotional about it. I got really teary about it. And he'd actually just gone in palliative care, and I didn't know, but he still found the time to reply. And it was less than a week later he was gone.
Of course, same as yesterday when Shane Kelly and Matt Gilmore were talking about they all teared up as well because of the memories. And not just on the track, because he still holds the record for the Melbourne to Warrnambool, the fastest ever time. So it wasn't just track racing he was good at, he was pretty handy on the road as well.
He was, and he turned professional on the road for a while there as well. Was in a team in Germany. And so he did all aspects of the sport, and not only was he one of the legendary pursuiters of all time, in his generation, but he did track, road, 6-day racing, the longest road races in the world. He won of course, the iconic Melbourne to Warrnambool, he was at the forefront of being one of the sort of original 6-day riders for Australia, after Danny Clark and a few of those guys as well. So, and of course Matthew's father Graham. But he was such a forward thinker. He was already thinking about his retirement before he retired. He was one of the first people I know that developed an online shop. Had a website, when in the mid-90s, when people were only sort of didn't even know what the internet was. He was already doing an online web shop and things like that, and he was planning all that while he was still racing.
Here, Brett, you gave a good overview of doing woods. And ladies and gentlemen, for those who can stand, would you please be upstanding for those who can stand for a minute's silence for a very, very excellent cyclist and a gentleman in Dean Woods. We'd like to pay respect with a minute's silence for Dean Woods. So for those who can stand, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. A minute's silence for Dean Woods.
Half a lap to go. The Australians are really flying. This is going to be a happy moment for these guys.
And here they come. The gold medal will go to Australia. And the United States team, gallant try as they might have made, couldn't do it with 3 men the entire distance. And the silver medal goes to the United States. So the happy Aussies.
For that tribute to Dean Woods. Ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to ride for the 2022 Women's Wheel Race.
No, it should be okay actually. Yeah, no, it'll be fine.
So the first rider to come on the track, she's from the Blackburn Club here in Melbourne, riding off 180 metres. This is Megan Reid, the first rider coming around. Megan Reid riding off 180 metres. The second rider, she hails from Tasmania. She won the Launceston Wheel Race at Christmas time. Only a youngster from the Hobart Wheelers Club, Felicity Wilson-Heffernan, off 160 metres. The next rider to be sent away, a youngster from Carnegie Caulfield. She rides for 160 also. This is Mia Williams. Also off 160 in the black colours here. This is Fiona Bonnet from the US of A. She can ride with the USA. Next up, coming down the front straight, from Tasmania, she'll ride from 145. This is Emily Walker, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Tasmania. The next rider to come out, she won the Melbourne Cup on wheels on this track. This is Amelia Mulhern from Brunswick. Amelia Mulhern, and also won the Rich Burney 1,000 metre handicap. A youngster, a very, very good individual pursuiter with the Carnegie Caulfield Club. This is Alana Rebar off 125 metres. Next rider, she hails from Ballarat, 20 years of age. This is Alaya Humber, a youngster from the Ballarat Club. The next rider, she turned 17 in January. She comes from Bendigo. She's a junior champion. This is Belinda Bailey, ladies and gentlemen, young Belinda Bailey. All the way from Canberra. She's a top sprinter. This is Felice Beitzel from Canberra. Felice Beitzel be off the mark of 100. Also off 100, the youngster from Alice Springs. She's now over there with Sassy. This is Ellie Anderson, who'll ride off 100 metres. The next rider from the Blackburn Club, a very, very good young competitor. This is Sophie Sutton. She'll ride from 95 metres. The next rider, she's from Bathurst up there in New South Wales, just gone across to South Australia as part of the sprint program. This is Kalinda Robinson. The next rider, a very good individual pursuiter. She did break Amy Kewer's 8-year record of 2:22. This is Sophie Edwards, ladies and gentlemen. The youngster from Darwin, now based over in South Australia. She won the Devonport Wheel Race at Christmas time. This is Meg Marker. She's from Western Australia, but she's over now, based over in South Australia, of 65 metres, Dahlia Haynes. She's also was from New South Wales, now over in South Australia. This is Nicola McDonald, ladies and gentlemen, a very good road rider as well. Coming down now, she took out the Under-19 Australian Road Race Championship up at Ballarat. Sophie Marr. The next rider, a total all-rounder, both road and track, one of Australia's up-and-coming sensations. This is Elise Pilates of 45 metres. She hails from New South Wales. She's a top sprinter, both road and track. This is Josie Talbot off the mark of 30 metres. Next up, she won the Criterium up at Ballarat, the under-19 Criterium, finished second in the road race from the Carnegie Caulfield Club off 20 metres, Lucinda Stewart. The next rider, she'll ride from scratch. She was the 2021 Australian Cyclist of the Year. She represented Australia in Rio. This is Maeve Plouffe. She hails from Queensland, this youngster. She's won a Bendigo International Madison. This is Alexander Martin Wallace, who'll also ride from scratch. And the final rider, we just saw her before, take out the sprint classification. She hails from Queensland, Australia's top female sprinter. This is Christina Clonan. What a great field we've got here for the women's wheel race. And of course, we have got 2 helmets to give away, thanks to 4 helmets, 2 for the women, so back straight, front straight. So what it is for the most excited spectator in the back straight and the most excited spectator in the front straight. They will get a helmet. You go, over to you for a great call of the women's wheel race for 2022. Riders' attention. Sorry. Riders' attention and the gun will go.
Yeah, who's giving me the signal, man? Good to go. Riders, attention. And we are away. This is the Women's Austral Wheelrace final. We've got our 3 riders, our 3 back markers off scratch. Representing the Australian cycling team, it's Plouffe, it's Clonan, it's Martin Wallace. But I tell you what, the front marker, Megan Reed, she's got off to a flyer here. She's in the all-black affair. They're really strung out. There's cracks, there's spaces. Who's going to take out the Women's Austral Wheelrace final? It is well and truly up for grabs. The back markers, they've got some work on their hands. 4 laps left to go for Reed. Who makes a move around the outside? It looks like Mia Williams. It is. Mia Williams is gone. Felicity Huffington has jumped onto the wheel. Emily Walker's up the front as well. But I tell you what, Beitzel is absolutely flying as they go through. They're going to come into the front straight and see 3 to go. Who's made the move? Coming over the top, I think that's Kalinda Robinson. She had 85 metres. There's a crash. There's a crash going into the back straight in the bend. We've got 2 riders down. But Robinson, look at her. She's all alone at the moment. She got a handy 85 metres. She's wearing the Australian cycling team kit. 2 laps to go for Robinson. Can anyone catch it? It's mayhem in the Women's Austral. Can anyone get across to Robinson? Here comes Plouffe. Here comes Clonan. They're working their way through the field. Clonan's flying, but so's Robinson. 1 lap left to go. Here's the sound of the bell. There it is Robinson. She's fading. The legs are getting heavy. Who's coming after her? It's Maeve Plouffe. I tell you what, she's winning everything in the moment. Plouffe goes over the top of Robinson. Is she going to hold off the field? No one's going to beat Maeve Plouffe. She comes into the front straight. Plouffe's going to get it. She does. Maeve Plouffe takes it out ahead of Alyssa Pilates. And on the line there was Lucy Stewart, Victorian 2-3. But I tell you what, you could look at the field and it would have been a very good guess. She's winning just about everything at the moment. Put your hands together. Winner of the Women's Austral, Maeve Plouffe. For a second there, I thought Kalinda Robinson might just have it in the legs to hang out in front and take it out. But Plouffe waited for the opportunity, worked her way through the field, timed it to perfection, came over the top, showed the speed that she's demonstrated on the road over the past 2 months. She's brought it to the track. She's flying at the moment in absolute spectacular form, and she's going to be the winner of this year's Women's Austral Wheelrace ahead of Alyssa Pilates and Lucy Stewart.
Unfortunately, there was a fall, but she just showed her class. Maeve Plouffe, both road and track, she is a superstar. She won the inaugural, we call it the Melbourne to Warrnambool for women. It started at Colac over 160 Ks, but now she's taken out the Austral over 2,000 metres. So she can mix track with road. And we're going to have Bianca and Andrew from Quest Ivanhoe to do the presentations after the men's final. The riders just lining up down there in order. We'll be introducing the riders to you. A great women's final. Coming up now, the men's final. The 124th running of the Austral. You've been fined $300 for that lead out, so please hand me the money over. $300.
I was trying to win, I blew up.
Yeah, right.
She's the bravest girl in that bunch. She just kept going. I was like,
I know. Well done, mate. Well done. Be ready for presentation in a minute. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, the 124th running of the Austral Wheelrace. We present the riders to you now. The first rider, he hails from the city of Burnie Cycling Club in Tasmania, the youngster from 170 metres, Hayden van der Ploeg. The next rider in the blue colours, he from the Ballarat Sebastopol Club, he ride for 150, Ash Brazel. This youngster from the Blackburn Club, just up from the junior ranks, he ride for 140, Adam Lees. He hails from Tasmania. This is Jack Menzies riding off 130 metres in the TIS colours, Jack Menzies. The next rider, also from Tasmania in the Matt Gilmore Tasmanian Institute of Sport from City of Burnie, this is Will Eaves. Yep. The next rider coming into the front straight, this is young Sam McKee. Sam McKee from the Launceston City Cycling Club off 120 metres. The next rider here from the Blackburn Cycling Club, a sensational young junior. This is Taryn Cook of 110 metres. All the way from South Australia, this is Angus Angus Miller of 110 metres. Sorry, Angus. From the City of Burnie Club over there in Tasmanian. Third in the Burnie Wheelrace this year. This is Dalton Stretton. Yes, there's riders on the track still. Yeah. We'll still introduce them. Yep. The next rider coming around from the Castlemaine Cycling Club, this is Jade Madden, a very fast sprinter. He'll ride from 90 metres. From Bendigo, also very fast. He was third in the Melbourne Cup on Wheels. From Bendigo, the 20-year-old Ned Pollard. Talking about youngsters, this young fellow here, he hails from Bendigo as well. This is Nate Haddon, ladies and gentlemen, Nate Haddon. His father won a Melbourne Cup on Wheels. Can he go? This young fellow here, a very good points race rider, Mitch McGovern. We'll introduce them first and then we can stop. Jordan Larney is the next rider of 70 metres. St Kilda Club. He's won the Victorian Individual Pursuit Championships 2 years in a row. This rider coming now hails from New South Wales. He's a former winner of the Melbourne Cup on Wheels. This is Rowan Hayden Smith, ladies and gentlemen, in the red colours. The next rider, he hails from Western Australia, but he's over in South Australia with Rowan White. This is Oliver Blenheim, ladies and gentlemen, from Western Australia. In the Oliver's colours, also from New South Wales off 50 metres, Raj Grewal, the colours, ladies and gentlemen. Now this young fellow is one, I tell you, watch out for him later on. He rides off 40 metres, got a big show tonight. This is Henry Dietz. He'll team up with the next rider in the Madison. He hails from my old hometown of Bendigo. This is Blake Aguiletto. From New South Wales, off the mark of 40 metre, Kurt Ether, ladies and gentlemen, in the Oliver's colours, Kurt Ether. From Queensland, he rides with the Balmoral Club up in Queensland, off 15 metre, James Moriarty. The sensational young rider in the Podium Potential colours, from the Brunswick Club of 15 metres, Graham Frisley. The next rider, a very fast man on wheels. This is Daniel Barber. I tell you what, he'll be in it for a long way. Off the mark of 15 metres, Daniel Barber. The final rider, he's won 2 Austral Wheelrace metres, the first one off 90 metres, and last year he won it off scratch. Put your hands together for Sam Gallagher from scratch. We just got to wait though, ladies and gentlemen, because we've still got riders on the track being attended to. So we have introduced the riders, but we've got to wait until the track is ready to go. So maybe the riders might want to go and hop on the rollers or something, and we'll call them out. So we have introduced them so you know who they all are. But unfortunately, first aid looks like maybe ambulance might have to be called. Yep. Yep. We'll do the presentations for the women. She wants to get changed, so we may as well do the presentation for the women while they're... delay. So what we'll do, we'll make the presentation for the women's Austral. Where's Kip or someone? Maybe I mightn't jump the gun here. I might have said.
Mike Tomalaris here for the Amy Gillett Foundation, and I'm here to tell you about Giving Day on March the 10th. You know, I love riding my bike. I do it almost every day of the year. But unfortunately, many of the roads in Australia are unsafe to ride on. 20 cyclists are hospitalised almost every day of the year. And sadly, one rider is killed every 9 days. It's a chilling statistic. This must stop. We want to be safe on our roads. What can you do? Well, you can give. You can give on Giving Day on March the 10th for the Amy Gillett Foundation.
Unfortunately, the car parked in the gateway of the Arthur Street car park, and I need that to be moved so the ambulance can get in. AZU 255.
Gonna hold on.
I've got 15 minutes.
Is Robertson. She's fading. The legs are getting heavy. Who's coming after her? It's Maeve Plouffe. I tell you what, she's winning everything in the moment. Plouffe goes over the top of Robertson. Is she going to hold off the field? No one's going to beat Maeve Plouffe. She comes into the front straight. Plouffe's going to get it. She does. Maeve Plouffe takes it out ahead of Alyssa Polides. And on the line there was Lucy Stewart, Victorian 2.
But it's great to have Andrew here, and of course, Bianca is going to say a few words on behalf of Quest Ivanhoe, being the sponsor of the Austral.
It's always a privilege. We're so lucky to be able to support such a great sport. In our local area, we're only 2 kilometres away. Some of the riders are staying with us at the moment. Hope they enjoy. Yeah, great to be here. Thank you.
Of course, a great sponsor of AusCycling, talking to Mondo, so you've been involved with cycling now for some years, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always looking forward to the next event, and it's good to see that the event's coming out already.
Of course, you've got a partners as well there, the Quest Ivanhoe, we've got partners as well.
Yeah, Studio 1 and Studio 2 partners.
Well done, Bianca. So, ladies and gentlemen, in third place in the women's omni for 2022, from the Carnegie Caulfield Club, it was Lucinda Stewart. Lucinda Stewart in third place.
Flowers to her, yep.
In second place,
Also from the Carnegie Caulfield Club, she rode for the mark
of
45 metres, Elise Polides. Well, they're not her flowers, are they? Are they or not? The winner of the 2022 Austral Wheelrace. She hails from South Australia. This is Maeve Plouffe. Some nice flowers there, Maeve.
just a moment, we'll get Andrew
to be on both the women, so this
presentation, and then
we'll have Andrew and Bianca on either side. So picking up a nice trophy here. So there they are, your place getters in the 2022 Austral, Maeve Plouffe, Elise Polides and Lucinda Stewart. And we'll ask you now to turn around to the crowd. Thank you, girls. So play your appreciation. They're the three place getters, Maeve Plouffe, Elise Polides and Lucinda Stewart. Thanks to Andrew and Bianca for the women's wheel race presentation.
waiting on the men to finish their preparation before we
get them
onto the track. Trot down here, young lady. I've known this young girl since she was 16 years of age, but she used to come across and ride the junior road tours in Victoria. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask you a question. What do you prefer, track or road?
Oh no, I've been waiting to be asked this question. My sights are definitely set on the track in the near future. We have a packed track schedule coming up with the World Cups and Fun Games. There's so much exciting events coming up in the Paris Olympics in a short time, but I am looking for those road opportunities now and I'm having a lot of fun there.
Of course, the inaugural winner of a women's Melbourne to Warrnambool, we call it Colac to Warrnambool, so that was a great race for all the women having their standalone Warrnambool event.
I think we did do that women's race justice. It was incredible, it was action-packed, there are attacks going everywhere, and the final look at the end, anyone could have won there, so to come out on top was incredible. incredible. But it was also up to all the other women in that race to make it aggressive, and they animated it. So that was really special to be part of it.
At a young age, you went to Rio to represent Australia in the team pursuit. As a kid, how was the experience over there in Tokyo? She's got a bright future, ladies and gentlemen, whether it's road or track. Maeve Plouffe.
Boys onto the track, into their marks. Thank you. Boys onto their marks. What a delightful young lady, Maeve Plouffe. So riders to their marks, thank you, for the 124th edition of the Austral Wheelrace. We've introduced the riders to you.
They'll now go to their marks. The limit marker will be from Tasmania, Hayden van der Ploeg off 170, Ash Brazel off 150, Adam Lees on 140. He was pumped up when he was introduced. Off 130, we've got Jack Menzies. William Eves from Tasmania on 120, along with Sam McKee from Tasmania on 120. Two riders on 110 metres, the Victorian Taryn Cook, the South Australian Angus Miller. Of 105, the Tasmanian Dalton Stretton. The two country riders from Castlemaine, Jade Madden, and from Bendigo, that is Ned Pollard. Two riders on 75 metres, two youngsters, number 132 Nate Haddon from Bendigo, and number 72 Mitch McGovern. Number 129, this is Jordan Villani. He'll be in the VIS colours off 70 metres. Two riders off 60 metres. A former Melbourne Cup on Wheels winner, Rowan Hayden Smith, and the youngster from Western Australia, Oliver Bledham, off 40 metres. We have got Raj Guriwal off 50 metres. Henry Deese, one of the local hopes, off 40 metres, along with Blake Aguiletto, the youngster from Bendigo, off 40 metres, along with the New South Wales rider in Kurt Ether off 40. Off 15 metres, three riders, James Moriarty from Queensland, Graham Frisley from Victoria, and Daniel Barber from New South Wales. And the back marker on scratch. He's already won two Austral wheel races. The first one was off 90 metres, and the second one last year was off scratch. He's coming around to his mark of honour now. The youngster from Blackburn, Sam Gallagher. Can he write the history books and make it 3 Austral wins? The youngster. He's won medals at World Championships, this young fellow. Under Shane Kelly there at the VIS, an exciting young sprinter. Off the mark of honour, off scratch, you've got to earn that mark. Great field here. A calm before the storm. Riders, attention! On their way in the 124th edition of the Austral and getting away out in front. This is Hayden van der Ploeg that'll lead them out. Further back to Ash Battle, Adam Lees, then further back into Jack Menzies. On his wheel there is the youngster in Sam McKee. Trying to get across to them also is William. Look at the rider there of the Taryn Cook. He's the next bunch going on. Nate hadn't caught him, no man's land. Then further back to Mitch McGovern, Jordan Villani. Rowan Hayden Smith goes up the track and the big train at the back starts rolling. But Adam Lees, he's gone for home. Look at the Tasmanians. They're putting everything on the line, the Tasmanians. Matty Gilmore, he'd have them finally choose the Tasmanian spot. The pace is on out the front. The back markers have got a lot of work to do because they've kept the pace solid. Oh, this is Jack Menzies. He's done more. A big turn there, Menzies. Taking up the running now. Down the back straight. This is young Sam McKee. They're trying to set up a Tasmanian wheelrace winner here. There's no doubt about that. McKee leads down with 4 to go. On his wheel there is William Eves. The Ballarat rider in the dark blue. That is Ash Brazel. The youngster in Taryn Cook at third wheel. Then further back there, Angus Miller. The back markers, they're starting to come into it. They'll come around with 3 to go. The 124th running of the Austral. And look at William Eves. He looks over the shoulder. Ash Brazel on the front doing a big turn now though. Is the rider of number 67. That is J.M. Frisley. I tell you what, they'll come around with 2 left to go. And the train, it's on its way. 2 to go. Around the outside goes Fisley. Hopping onto his wheel there is Daniel Barber. Where's Sam Gallagher? Can he make it? Wheel races. They come around to get the bell. The bell about to sound. Going nicely on the outside. Look at Gallagher. Gallagher going for 3 wheel races. He gets to the front down the back straight. Sam Gallagher. Will he be shuttered? Dalton Stratton. Stratton around the outside. And the Tasmanian. Dalton Stratton. And Dalton Stratton. Dalton Stratton. He was set to win the Burnie wheel race. He finished third over there at Burnie behind Hamish McKenzie. But he's got up. He's defied Sam Gallagher from winning his third. But put your hands together, ladies. Dalton Stratton. What a wheel race. And Matthew Gilmore had those Tasmanians finely tuned. I tell you what, they worked very, very well together there. Jack Menzies did a big turn. Sam McKee. But put your hands together for all the riders, ladies and gentlemen. They're happy, the TIS riders. I tell you what, he was set to win the Burnie wheel race, but he had to be content with third there. And that is Sam McKee. What a wheel race there. You go, you won't get much better than that.
Absolutely unbelievable racing in the 124th edition of the Austral Wheelrace. I tell you what, coming from
Gallagher just ran out of legs, but yeah.
There's 3 laps to go. Throw themselves up to the front. It looks like it was going to be one of the Australian cycling team riders, maybe Daniel Barber. Sam Gallagher had himself in a really good position, but just ran out of legs there, and it opened up the door for Dalton Sweat, the Tasmanian, of 105 metres. Tell you what, not many riders win off 105 in the Austral, but he's done it, beating Blake Aguilito, the local Victorian, and all the bled the South Australian for the Austral Wheelrace. Dalton Stratton absolutely stoked with himself. What a ride.
We're going to ask the riders to roll around and come down for presentation here in the front straight. We're looking for those 3 riders for the presentation for what an absolutely magnificent wheel race that was here at this on the boards in Melbourne. No better sight. So Jack Menzies looked pretty happy with himself. He did a big turn on the front with Jack Menzies. So we're going to get those 3 riders to make themselves available here shortly. Dalton Stratton, Blake Aguilito and Oliver Leonard. Sam Gallagher, will he be shuttered? Dalton Stratton, Stratton around the outside, and the Tasmanian, Dalton Stratton, and Dalton Stratton. Dalton Stratton, he was set to win the Burnie wheel race. He finished third over there at Burnie, behind Hamish McKenzie. But he's got up, he's defied Sam Gallagher from winning his third. But put your hands together, ladies. Dalton Stratton. Back straight, Sam Gallagher, will he be shuttered? Dalton Stratton, Stratton around the outside, and the Tasmanian, Dalton Stratton, and Dalton Stratton. Dalton Stratton, he was set to win the Burnie wheel race. He finished third over there at Burnie, behind Hamish McKenzie. But he's got Thanks, Ollie and Blake. I know you're on the rollers, but can you please come and have the presentations first and hop onto the rollers? Be much appreciated, Ollie and Blake, if we could make your way to the front straight for the presentations. Rory Smith, come here, Rory. One of my favourite little girls from Tasmania. Now, your brother just won the Austral. Are you happy? You've got to say more than yes. Was it a good race? Very fantastic. That is good. That is good now. You'll be celebrating now with Dalton winning it, and of course over here. So just waiting on Blake Aguilito. Thanks, Blake. Ollie, are you here? Yes, thanks, boy. You hop back on the roller shortly. We did it this way, then we turn around.
Who are you doing that for?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask to come out here in the front straight from Quist, Ivanhoe. We have got Bianca and Andrew. Bianca and Andrew will come out there for the presentations. Great supporters of cycling in Australia. And of course, the only place to stay when you're in Melbourne is at Quist, Ivanhoe, one of those 1 or 2 bedroom apartments. And I know the Australian team is
Staying there, I believe. They're right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just listened to Austral, and in third place, he hails from Western Australia. He's now based over in South Australia. The youngster, Oliver Blenheim. Mark of 60 metres. Just up in the middle there, Ollie. Bianca making the presentations of the flowers here to Ollie. In second place, he rode off 40 metres. He hailed Bendigo. Be in action shortly in the Madison. This is Blake Agaletto. The winner of the 2022 Austral, the 124th edition, from the City of Burnie Cycling Club in Tasmania, Dalton Stretton. Andrew is going to make now a magnificent trophy to Dalton Stretton, a magnificent Austral trophy. Gets congratulated by Andrew. Go up again, you two. Go. We will get Bianca and Andrew to go up for a photo with the joint point getters.
Ladies and gentlemen, our 3 place getters in the 2022 Austral, Dalton Stretton,
Blake Agaletto and Oliver Blenheim. Dalton, just a moment, young fella. In a moment, the con has a photo with you. I've been coming across to Tasmania for many, many years, Dalton, soon up through the junior ranks, and no doubt this has got to be the biggest win in your career. Of course, I thought you were probably the red-hot favourite for the Burnie Wheelrace, but actually it went to Hamish McKenzie anyway, so he was also with the TIS, so even though you came third, Hamish won the Burnie Wheelrace, so worth a lot of money, Burnie. So do you do much on the road at all, or I've never seen you much on the road? It's mainly just track for you and painting? I can guarantee this is not your first ever wheel race win. Ladies and gentlemen, from Tasmania, Dalton Stretton. job since he went to AusCycling, and of course I'm sure you'd like to recognise and thank all your sponsors for 2022.
I do, mate, thank you. I don't know how good a job Andrew doing, but we can talk about the sponsors. So we just had a photo of Andrew and Andrew who did the presentations. Took a photo with Maeve and Alyssa. Quest Ivanhoe, right off the bat, what a great sponsor. Last few years, and just gone to the next level this year as a naming rights sponsor. And they're wrapped, we're wrapped, and a lot of the commissaires and athletes stay at Quest Ivanhoe. And you were right before.
The only place to stay.
The only place. The only place. Bayside Skater, Brett Robinson is around. Brett is a terrific supporter of cycling in Victoria. He sponsors the Blackburn Cycling Club as well and other bike events, but he's one of our principal sponsors. We drive his car, and it's a great car, the Skater Octavia wagon, brilliant car. So he's a major sponsor and a sponsor of the team as well. The TAC, I mentioned earlier today that TAC are an important partner because what we get with the TAC is an organisation that's committed to bike safety. So when we talk about advocacy, we do a lot of work with TAC in volunteering members, if they want to take part in trials, etc. So we've got a trial with a light called C-Sense, which helps with incident detection, etc. So all of that information and research goes into one big bucket of research that the Amy Gillett Foundation does and others in Monash Uni, and that helps us advocate for better roads and even drivers. Comwire IT, Darcy's here for Comwire. They're one of our newest sponsors. They're our official IT partner. Terrific business, sponsors sport in general, a lot of footy clubs, and they also have basketball clubs, but cycling, it's the first time they've been in cycling, and we had to really win them over with it, and I hope Darcy's enjoying tonight because it's thrilling. A couple of his managers, they're based in Adelaide, they were at the track league earlier in the year, and there was some exciting racing there too, so it's great to get our sponsors in front of a big crowd and the best riders in the country. Just cut me off whenever I need to. Mate.
Just quickly I'd say.
SRM Oceania, great supply partner of ours. You told to wind up?
Of course, we're going to introduce now, but Ag, you are doing a magnificent job with AusCycling, of course, since you went across there. And some of these sponsors, of course, are sponsors of the Madison team, and we're going to introduce them to the crowd now. Thanks, Ag Giramondo. So the first team to come out from Comwire IT in the black colours, this is Alana Rebar and Sophie Sutton. Two youngsters, team number 8. The next team, they're in the pink colours from PMAX. They both won gold medals at the recent road championships. Taking out the criterium was Lucinda Stewart, and taking out the road race, Sophie Ma. The next team, Dahlia Haynes and Meg Marker, two promising young riders from South Australia. Meg hails from Darwin, and Dahlia Haynes, the West Australian, but now both based there in South Australia. From Victoria, the youngster from Alice Springs, she'll have the black number on, that's Ali Anderson, and from New South Wales, Nicola McDonald has got the red number. From Kaiser, wearing the black number, the 17-year-old from Bendigo. This is Belinda Bailey. And the winner of the Melbourne Cup on Wheels in December, Amelia Mulhern, with the red number. Riding for the TAC, two very talented riders with the black number from South Australia, Chloe Moran, and from Queensland with the red number, Alexander Martin Wallace. Riding for Bayside Skoda, with the black number from South Australia, Sophie Edwards, and the red number, we have got Amber Pate. The number 1 team, riding for Quest Ivanhoe, the naming rights sponsors, with the black number from South Australia, Maeve Plouffe, and the young Victorian, Elise Polides. 120 laps. Buckle yourselves in for an exciting Women's Madison, and you go and I will attempt to give it a good call. I'll just have a bit of a spell after those presentations and we'll let you go kick off the 120 lap Madison for women. So over to you, Hugo. Of course, one rider starts in the front straight and one rider starts in the back straight.
Is it sprints?
I'm not sure. Excuse me.
Way.
20 for lap game.
20 for the lap lost.
Yep.
And then it's double last sprint, double points.
Yeah.
The 5, 3, 2 and 1.
Yeah, cool. So we've got 120 lap Madison here. The Women's Madison, almost good to go. 8 teams on the track. It's going to be a sprint every 10 laps. And double points up for grabs for the final sprint. If you take a lap, you get 20 points. If you lose a lap on the main field, then you lose 20 points. I think that's about all there is to it.
Every 10 laps, so we'll do what?
Do you want to just do like a sprint? Do like a sprint each?
You do the first 10, I'll do
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second 10, something like that?
Yeah, that's...
It's a slow journey down and a slow one up. He got in the pen line.
It's Mia Wu.
Yeah. Wish Mia all the best.
And really good to see Mia Williams there. Taken away in the very, very good hands of the paramedics. It was a pretty nasty fall in the Women's Austral Wheelrace final. Just went around in the bend coming into the back straight. She's up, she is okay. She's in some good hands and we won't see her feature for the rest of the evening. And that is the sound of the gun and we are away. 120 laps here for the Women's Madison. We've got a star-studded field. We've got 8 teams. And as I look at the field now, it's pretty hard to pick who the winner's going to be. Super even. And this is set to be a very, very good bike race. If you haven't seen a Madison before, it is a paired event. So all the riders are in teams of 2. Each of the riders will do a few laps. And then they're going to sling their teammate into the bike race. The sling is quite a skill, takes some practice. First time you do it, you probably won't be very good at it. And you've got to make sure there's some space between yourself and your competitors when you do the sling, otherwise things can get a little bit messy. Usually we see riders slung in pretty close to the sprints. We'll see if that happens tonight. Sometimes they can be slung in a little bit too late in the sprint and then get caught in a really bad position. So we're going to sprint every 10 laps. There's going to be 12 sprints in this Madison. Double points up for grabs in the final sprint. The riders all over the track at the moment, led out at the moment, heading down the backstraight. Amelia Mulhern and the team of Belinda Bailey and Amelia Mulhern in green, riding for Cask. Cask, I should say. Sophie Edwards now, the pursuiter, comes to the front in white. Riding for the Bayside Skoda team here tonight with Amber Pate. That's going to be a really strong team. So will Maeve Plouffe and Alyssa Polides. And we've got a crash in the front straight. One of the riders in pink, that looks like it's Lucy Stewart who's gone down. Third place in the women's Austral. Bit of a slide down the track. Hopefully she's okay. Pretty hard fall. She's up on her feet, which is good to see, but she will be a little bit worse for wear after that one. Thankfully, no other riders involved in that crash. Should be feeling that one tomorrow. So we're approaching the first sprint, and she's back on her bike. Really good to see, and she's going to get back into the bike race. You can doesn't look too bad. You can see the dark discoloration on her nicks and the slide down the track. Coming to the front straight, we are getting very close to that opening sprint. They're looking around at each other. That's Alyssa Polides sitting second wheel. Second in the Austral behind Maeve Plouffe. Linda Robinson raced very well in that one. Thought the rider from 85 metres was going to hold on, but the legs just tired late. Couldn't quite. Here we go. Here's the first sprint. There's the sound of the bell. And as we see the riders slung in there, Plouffe's been slung in for this sprint. Jumps onto the wheel of Martin Wallace heading down the back straight. Who's going to take the 5 points from the opening sprint? Plouffe's in a good position. Jump around the outside. I think she is going to get the 5. Yes, she is. 5 points for the Quest Ivanhoe team. Maeve Plouffe. They're ahead of Alex Martin Wallace racing for TAC here this evening. And we saw Bayside Skoda and Victoria also picking up points for that opening sprints.
Mulhern and also Belinda Barley, the green team, though they're going to, the pace goes off, so that might give them an opportunity to once again regain the main field out in front. But taking out the first sprint, you'll see that all up on the stage there, it was the team from Quest Ivanhoe, Maeve Plouffe and Elise Polides took out the 5 points. Picking up the 3 points with the team TAC, Chloe Moran and Alexander Martin Wallace. Bayside Skoda the 2 points. That's Sophie Edwards and Amber Pate. And picking up the 1 toy was Victoria, Ali Anderson and Nicola McDonald. On the front there now, that was the youngster from Northern Territory, Ali Anderson, wearing the black number 5. But on the front, it is the young Victorian in Elise Polides. They took out the first sprint, did the Quest Ivanhoe team. Polides on the front, on her wheel there is the rider of Amber Pate, a very good road and track rider, Amber Pate, as she takes them down the back straight in the Victoria colours. Sorry, the Bayside Skoda team number 2. But on the front here now, they had a fall earlier. This is Sophie Marr looking for a partner there in Lucinda Stewart. So Sophie Marr throws in Lucinda Stewart. They're in the pink colours, riding for Premax, one of the great supporters of the Madison. They're coming around, 104 laps to go, a move on the outside by Maeve Plouffe now. That's team number 1 riding for Quest Ivanhoe. Also a good move around the outside there. That'd be Sophie Sutton riding for Comwire IT. So coming around, 103 laps, so not long before the second lot of points. But on the front, going nicely for Quest Ivanhoe is Maeve Plouffe. Around the outside there, we have got the team there. That is Alexander Martin Wallace in the yellow colours, wearing a red number 3. That's Alexander Martin Wallace. So coming down, always got to find a position you want to change in. Maeve Plouffe, she'll be looking to throw in Elise Polides at the right time so they can go for more points. Alexander Martin Wallace in the yellow. She's looking for a partner in Chloe Moran. Chloe Moran, she'll sprint home hard. They get the bell this time and swinging in there. Oh, on the move there is the rider there of Amber Pate. Amber Pate's gone for home, riding for Bayside Skoda. Amber Pate pedaling strongly, looks over the shoulder, no one coming. Elise Polides, they're riding for Quest Ivanhoe, trying to get the 3-point, but there's going to be, up on the outside, coming home strongly there, was the team there of Chloe Moran would have picked up some points as well. Great racing so far in the women's Madison for 2022. So you'll find Quest Ivanhoe have gone to 7 points there, you go.
Points at the top of the standings, the TAC team of Chloe Moran and Alex Martin-Wallace, 3rd place on 6, and then we've got the Victoria and Premax teams both on 1 point, so it's very, very tight at the top. That was a terrific sprint there by Amber Page. She went from a long way out. She put the effort in and she got the reward. She got the 5 points from that second sprint.
First team that takes a lap, $50 from Bell Helmets. So the first team to take a lap, pick up $50 thanks to Bell Helmets.
There you go. Prize up for grabs. If you take a lap, you get $50. Mate. 100, make it 100. It's been upped, it's been doubled, $100 up for grabs if you take that first lap. Incentive out there now to maybe make a move. Shake up this bike race. At the moment it's Bayside Skoda and West Ivanhoe. Top 2 teams locked on 7 points. Kloof, winner of the first sprint. Amber Pate won the second sprint. Hey, she's going off in this one. Sophie Ma got amongst the points in that second sprint. Got a point for the Premax team. They're in pink. Sophie Ma on the front now, riding on the Look track bike. Very fashionable. The pace just backing off a little bit in this one as they see 94 laps to go. Ma looks over the shoulder, wants to sling her teammate Lucy Stewart, who had a little bit of a tumble early on in this one, back into the bike race. Looking around, can't see her at the moment. She's in the back straight at the moment, Lucy Stewart. Sophie Ma has been in this one for a few laps looking for a breather, but she's going to have to stick around for the time being. This can happen sometimes in Madison's, where your teammate's a bit out of position. You've got really no choice but just to hang around, keep working hard. The breather will come at some point. And we're approaching the 3rd sprint now, and it's the top 2 teams, Quest Ivanhoe and Bayside Skoda. They're locked to the front at the moment. Alyssa Polides and Sophie Edwards heading down the back straight. Just sitting there up on the hip as well, the TAC team. Sophie Ma trying to get Lucy Stewart into this sprint. Here they come now. There's the sound of the bell. And Maeve Kloof has been thrust into this one. She's going to be able to hold off the Bayside Skoda team. They're coming hard at her. Kloof won the first sprint. Here they come into the front straight. Is Kloof going to get the 5? Bayside Skoda is coming. Not quite enough there. Sophie Edwards gets the 3. Alex Martin-Wallace gets 2 points for the TAC team. And it's team number 5, Victoria there. Ali Anderson collecting her points.
And also Nicola McDonald. So 5 teams have just gone off the front with 2 teams chasing. That's team number 6 of Dahlia Haynes and Meg Marker, and the young combination of Belinda Bailey and also Amelia Mulhern. But he's the leaders coming into the front straight. About to be changed here. And Maeve Kloof throws in the youngster in Elise Polides. Chloe Moran on her wheel in the yellow colours of TAC. Amber Pate in the white colours of Bayside Skoda. So it's Chloe Moran that leads them across the line. Amber Pate takes up the running now, swings up the track to allow Ellie Anderson, the youngster from Alice Springs, there riding for Victoria. She leads out. You see the pink team here, and this will be the rider here of Sophie Ma. On the front, she'll be looking for her partner. Team number 8 looking for a change here. We can see high on the track, Sophie Sutton looking for her partner there in Alana Rebar. So Sutton, she grabs a hand now and gets thrown in there by Rebar. Team number 1, a good change there. And Maeve Plouffe once again takes up the running. Alexander Martin Wallace in the yellow colours riding for Tack. So the pace goes off. Haven't been told if there's a team down a lap yet or not. I don't think there is. As the green team has made contact again. A good riding there by young Belinda Bailey to make contact. So looks like they're all back together as she throws in Amelia Mulhern there at the back of the field. But interest at the front. They're coming around with 84 laps to go. 84 to go of the 120 distance. And this is the rider there of Meg Marker, the youngster from Darwin. She's riding for SRM, the teammate there in Dahlia Haynes. So Marker goes to the back of the field. All looking for a change, looking over. There's an art definitely. You've got to come down at the right time to meet your partner. And keeping the pace on there is Maeve Plouffe, looks over the shoulder, and she's got for company there in Alexander Martin Wallace. Then further back then at Sophie Edwards in the white colours with the black number. Sophie Edwards, she's riding for Bayside Skoda. So the pace has been solid. Next sprint coming up. And look at the change here from the Quest Ivanhoe team, and it's Maeve Plouffe who throws in the youngster in Pilates, but around the outside, coming quickly here is Chloe Moran, and Moran from South Australia riding for Tack, and Moran, Pilates on the inside, but Moran picks up the 5 points. Chloe Moran picks up the 5 from Elise Pilates. Great racing there by the number 3 team, that's the Tack team. Chloe Moran, she went around the outside, so that's really split the field up here now.
Points for the TAC team, and that does shake up the standings. The Quest Ivanhoe team of Maeve Plouffe and Alyssa Pilates, they sit at the top on 15 points, but just 2 points ahead of the TAC team of Chloe Moran and Alexandra Martin Wallace, with Bayside Skoda on 11 points in third. That's Sophie Edwards and Amber Pate. They're the top 3 teams. There's a bit of daylight that's starting to creep in between those 3 teams and the rest of the field. And now it's up to the other teams. The Victoria team, Ali Anderson, Nicola McDonald, to get some points. Gaps now opening up. We've got 6 teams out in front. A couple of teams do some work to do. We've got teams number 8 and number 4 sitting back here. That's the CAS teams and Comwire IT teams. Alana Rybar, some work to do, and Amelia Mulhern. They're trying to work their way back into the main group, and I think they're going to do so. It's going to take an effort though. Take a bit out of the legs. They are going to ride back into the main bunch. Sophie Sutton's going to get slung back into the Madison. We're approaching the halfway mark in this one. The Quest Ivanhoe team, Maeve Plouffe, Alyssa Pilates, they're on top, but not by much, just 2 points. To the TAC team of Chloe Moran and Alexandra Martin Wallace. This is a tight affair at the moment. All the sprints so far fiercely competitive. It's going to take the next one. It's over the right shoulder, Alyssa Pilates. Doesn't want to go too much of the pace making. Wants to keep something in reserve for that next sprint. We saw Pilates take the last sprint. She was slung in on the sprint lap. So I would think that Maeve Plouffe will be slung in for the next one. Chloe Moran will sling in Alexandra Martin Wallace. We'll have to wait and see. Sometimes it doesn't always go to plan. Moran now finding herself on the front, the South Australian gifted individual pursuiter. Really good turn of speed in that last sprint to get over the top of Pilates. I think she'll put Martin Wallace into this next one, but now Pilates really starts to lift his pace. Moran goes with her, she doesn't want to get caught behind. And here now Plouffe is sent back into the bike race. Is Martin Wallace going to? Yes, she is. Martin Wallace is slung back in, so it's Plouffe versus Martin Wallace. There's the sound of the bell. They really timed that one really nicely, the TAC team. Martin Wallace is in front. Plouffe with some work to do. She's going to sit on the wheel, but there's some traffic now that's starting to come from behind. They're looking for the points as well, but Plouffe now moves around the outside. Is she going to get there? She won't. She doesn't get the 5. Martin Wallace gets the 5 for the TAC team, and that's going to put them on equal points. 18 points between the TAC and the Quest Ivanhoe, as it's really starting to shake things up now.
Police Polite, team number 1 riding for Quest Ivanhoe, and they're on the charge. $100 for the first team to take a lap. $100 thanks to Bell Helmers for the first team to take a lap. Going to the lead now, this is Amber Pate, a very, very good road and track cyclist. Amber Pate hails from South Australia, looks over the shoulder, swings up. So 4 teams have just shot clear at this stage. Coming down the front straight, this is team number 5. The youngster Ali Anderson doing a great job here, the youngster from Alice Springs, teaming up with Nicola McDonald. So 2 teams look like they may just lose the lap here. So these 2 teams could be a lap down. Teams 8 and 4 will wait on the call there from the commissaire. Is 8 and 4 down a lap? 8 and 4 down, are they? 8 and 4 down a lap? 8 and 4 have lost 20 points, so 8 and 4 have lost 20 points for being lapped. So on the front it is the rider there of Sophie Sutton. So they have been lapped, so they are down by 20 points. Belinda Bailey is the rider there now with the red colours in the green kit. Amelia Mulhern. Just good news, ladies and gentlemen. The young boy that fell in the junior Austral Wheelrace, Oscar Gallagher, went to hospital, but he's back here trackside, so that's good news that Oscar Gallagher is back at track after that fall in the junior Austral, so that's good news that Oscar Gallagher is back after that big fall. Pace goes off, so the 8 teams come down the front straight, 63 laps to go. We're getting towards the half-day mark, and Alana Rebar is the rider there, riding for the team of Comwire IT. She's in the black colours, leading down the back straight. Now a move around the outside here. This is the rider of Nicola McDonald. She's been tracked there by Elise Polides, riding for Quest Ivanhoe. The youngster there in Ali McDonald gets thrown in for the team riding for Victoria. And it's McDonald that goes down, but look at Polides, this all-rounder, road and track, this young sensation, riding for the top team here, Ivanhoe. They'll get the bell. What can team number 2 do? Around the outside goes the rider there of Alexander Martin Wallace again. Polides, where's their teammate? Oh, it's going to be a change up on the top bend. This could be dangerous. Team number 2 changes as well, but it looks like the Quest Ivanhoe team, a good change there, right on the line. I haven't changed on the line, but they're taking out the 5 points is the Quest Ivanhoe team. Picking up the 3 would be Bayside Skoda. Picking up the 2 would have been TAC. And not sure about team number 1, but a gap starting to open here at the halfway mark. $100 for the first team to take a lap.
Yeah, really nice strategy there from the Quest Ivanhoe team of Maeve Plouffe and Alyssa Polides. Alyssa Polides really sprinted well on that one, got the 5 points, and just as she's crossing the line, Maeve Plouffe drops down the track and gets the sling and gets back into the bike race. Really nice teamwork from them, timed it well. And they're out in front at the moment, but there's not much splitting them and the TAC team. Bayside Skoda very much still in the mix as well. But yes, as we said before, it was the teams number 8 and 4, Cask and Comwire IT teams, that did lose 20 points for losing a lap. Looks like we might have some additions to make to the scoreboard. There might be a couple of errors at the moment on the standings. I'm sure we'll get that fixed up. It's showing the scoring for laps to go, past the halfway point in this women's Madison. The Bayside Skoda team there on the front. Sophie Edwards and Amber Pate, they've been super active. Very much still in with a chance of this one. The TAC and Quest Ivanhoe teams arguably have been the strongest. Plouffe and Polides looking very good at the moment. Definitely challenging for first and second place at every single sprint, and that's what you need in a Madison. You need consistency. Particularly one like this where there hasn't been the attacks, it is the points are coming from sprints rather than taking laps. Consistency at each and every sprint. Their top 3 collecting points. It's certainly going to help your bid to win the Madison. It's coming through now. It's another 16 there, the SRM team, Meg Marker. Riding the red Cervelo with the white disc on the back, just coming to the front. This team hasn't been super active so far, but they could be planning something in the back end of this marathon as we approach the next sprint. A little bit of argy-bargy there between Maeve Plouffe and Sophie Edwards. The rubbing of shoulders. Nothing too untoward though as they come into the front straight. Polides is going to be put into for this sprint. Goes Martin Wallace. Here they go. Who's going to collect this one? It's Nicola McDonald now, who's used the slinging to her advantage. She's gone out in front, and she's got a gap here, and she might be able to get the 5. They're coming from behind. They're coming strongly for McDonald. She's got the pace. She gets the 5. In fact, that was not McDonald, rather. That was Dahlia Haynes there for the SRM team. So Dahlia Haynes collects 5 points for her team. And we'll have to look at the scoreboard for the rest, but good riding. They're getting themselves in the points, that number 16, for the first time in this Madison.
And it's Maeve Plouffe riding for Quest Ivanhoe that swings up the track to allow the youngster there in Ali Anderson riding from Victoria to take up the running. A short turn there as Lucinda Stewart had that fall earlier on, riding for Premax in the pink colours. That's Premax. Chloe Moran now on the front. She'll be looking for her partner in Amber Pate. So it's good to see that teams 4 and 8 still riding it out, even though they may be 40 points down. Great experience here by the youngsters, riding in a class field in the National Madison Championship. Chloe Moran now in the yellow colours of the black number 3. Flick of the elbow, tracking her up. She didn't want to go underneath. That's Elise Polides with the red helmet on, who's riding for the Quest Ivanhoe. Sneaking through underneath there, this is Lucinda Stewart, the Australian under-19 road race champion recently up at Ballarat. She's riding for Premax in the pink colours. This is Sophie Marr. Swings off the front now, as does Sophie Sutton, who's riding for Comwire IT. Amber Pate goes off the front, riding, of course, there for Bayside Skoda, which leaves the black number 6 in there. That's Dahlia Haynes in the blue colours with the black number 6. Dahlia Haynes now on the front. Swings up the track. So we're getting down and coming around this time to get 42 laps to go. 42 to go in the 120 lap National Madison for 2022. Look at Polides getting off the wheel there of Chloe Moran. She's trying to take closer order to throw in her teammate Maeve Plouffe, but Moran said, no, you're not coming around me, and it's going to be Maeve Plouffe that's going to be thrown in. And look at the yellow team. They come and get the bell, and it's going to be Amber Pate. Oh, around the outside goes Maeve Plouffe, though. Maeve Plouffe around the outside. Alexander Martin Wallace out after her, but Plouffe, she took out the Austral here, and I tell you what, she's a class act. The Melbourne the Waterball inaugural winner, and Maeve Plouffe will come down for Quest Ivanhoe. She'll pick up the 5. Alexander Martin the Wallace picking up the 2 points would have been Sophie Edwards riding for Bayside Skoda, and you'll think you'll find Lucinda Stewart riding for Premax. Team number 7 will pick up the 1 point.
while the riders and the track are looked at.
Yeah, I know. Oh, now for the second time.
Sitting up on their feet, which is good to see. Still going to have a little bit more of a pause on this one before we recommence the Women's Madison.
Kamikaze, jeez. Jeez. Chief Commissaire Greg Griffiths has just told me team number 1 has been giving a warning for causing that fall. So team number 1 has been given a warning by the UCI Commissaire there in Greg Griffiths for causing that fall.
Bourbons we had.
the riders back on the track to make sure they're all here so we can restart. Instructions from the chief commissaire, Greg Griffith. So all riders back on the track and see if we've got a full contingent. Nicola McDonald will have that full. She'll come back on the track, good to see. So apart from a broken bike, I think we've come out unscathed except for a broken bike. All riders have got a bit of skin off, but no major injuries, which is great to see except for a broken bike. And of course they can be replaced. See track repairs happening here in the front straight. Checking that all the riders there, team 3 are together, team 8, team number 4. Sophie Edwards just getting her bike checked there. So Sophie's bike's right to go again, riding for Bayside Skoda. Team 7. The youngsters, Lucinda Stewart and Sophie Marr in the pink colours, they're back. We've just got to make sure that all the teams are ready to go with 39 laps to go. We want half the riders in the back straight, half the riders in the front straight for the restart. So we want a rider from each team in the front and a rider for each team in the back. So that's how we'll restart. So one team in the front straight, one rider, in the front straight, one rider in the back straight for each team. And we'll recommence the 2022 National Madison Championship. A nasty fall here in the front straight, but great to see all the riders are back on their bikes. I tell you what, you've got to be a certain type of person to ride a bike and bounce back off the boards. But it's great to see all the riders as they go to their respective straights. One rider from each team in the front straight, one from in the back straight. See what you had at the ball. Just ran at the legs.
So it's ready to recommence 40 laps.
On the marker. Almost good to go again. At the moment, it's the Quest Ivanhoe team of May Cliff and Alyssa Politis on top with 29 points in the first 8 sprints. The TAC team of Chloe Moran and Alex Wallace 25 points in second. And then it's the Bayside Skoda team in third place with 21 points. That's Sophie Edwards and Emma Payton. We are almost back underway. The riders out on the track. You can see
Good 2022 Women's National Madison. Great to see all the riders back and riding again.
Absolutely, and it's good to see Lucy Stewart back out on the track.
2 crashes in this bike race alone. Certainly showing some courage to get back out there, wipe the dust off the shoulders and get back out into the track. Was riding in the Premax team in the pink with Sophie Marr. She'll certainly be feeling quite banged up for those 2 crashes, and it was the Quest Ivanhoe team there. They were given an official warning for their role in that crash. So we'll have to be extra careful in the final 40 laps of this Madison to ensure that we don't see that happen again. I like crashes in bike racing, but unfortunately it is just a risk of the sport. So not too much separating the top 3 teams at the moment. There's 8 points between first and third. Quest Ivanhoe. Kloof has been dominant at the sprint so far. We've seen that. Saw it in the Women's Austral. Took that win tonight. But there certainly has been some competition. Alex Martin-Wallace, Sophie Edwards and Amber Pate, they've been very good at the sprints as well. They're going to have to throw a big challenge to Maidcliff and Alyssa Pilates, and they're going to take that top spot away from them in these final 4 sprints. 36 laps to go. Approaching the 9th sprint of this Women's Madison. All the riders at the moment just happy to be up on their bikes, spinning the legs over. I'm sure a few of them are feeling quite sore after that crash. We saw about 4 or 5 riders go down quite heavily here in the front straight, just in front of the commissaires. And everyone back up on their bikes and out on the track. We did see only a crash today in the Austral, actually, in the Women's Austral. Mia Williams went down quite hard. She is okay. She's currently being looked after by paramedics. We're looking around at each other at the moment. No one really wants to take up the challenge of setting a high pace on the front. Happy to roll things through, looking towards this next sprint now. Lucy Stewart on the front. Nicola McDonald's going to be slung back in by her teammate Nellie Anderson. They're riding in the Victoria team, the red, white and green jersey. And the pace now here is really starting to rise. This is the Bayside Skoda team. They're coming on the front and they're trying to challenge the Quest Ivanhoe team of Alyssa Pilates and Maidcliff. They're lifting the pace. Sophie Edwards is now put in for this next sprint. It'll be interesting to see if Alyssa Pilates puts Maidcliff in. Pilates is going to potentially, there's it down to the belt. Kloof is in position to be swung in. She comes down. Sophie Edwards goes underneath. Alex Martin-Wallace, it looks, it's Moran. It's Moran coming over the top. Who's going to get the 5? It's the TAC team out of nowhere. Timed it to perfection. Chloe Moran, terrific bike riding. Very aware of her surroundings. Came over the top and collects the 5. And it's a Bayside Skoda team there. Just a little bit out of position with the Quest Ivanhoe team. So they're not going to get the 5. The TAC team will. And it's Quest Ivanhoe, Bayside Skoda and Victoria getting another points.
Sophie Edwards looking to pick up 5 points. Looks like Team 4 might be going down the lap. We'll wait on the judges there. As team number 1 riding for Quest Ivanhoe, looking for the 3 points, Elise Pilates, but coming into the front straight. This is Sophie Edwards riding for Bayside Skoda. She'll pick up the 5. 3 points there to the Quest Ivanhoe team. 2 points there to the rider of TAC from Chloe Moran, and team number 5 of Nicola McDonald picked up the 1 point. They're still out in front though, team number 2. The lead has been narrowed though. They look over the shoulder. I don't think they're going to go on with it, or are they? Yes, Amber, not going on with it.
Two-team race there between Quest Ivanhoe and TAC, but Bayside Skoda, the team of Amber, Peyton, Sophie Edwards, have absolutely thrown down the gauntlet. They put their head back in the ring and they said, hang on, this race isn't over, we're in this one. And this attack has really shaken up the competition. It's put down the challenge. The likes of Maeve Plouffe and Chloe Moran from the Quest Ivanhoe and TAC teams and said, you know what, if you want the points, you're going to have to come and catch us. And they got the 5 points for the previous sprint, but what they'll really want from this effort is a lap. But they're still working well, this main bunch. Plouffe on the front at the moment, the Victoria team as well, doing their share of the pacemaking. They'll want the 20 points that you get for lapping the main field. That would put the Bayside Skoda team to the top of the standings, but it's going to be hard. They've got about a straight at the moment, but I tell you what, Sophie Edwards and Amber Pate are looking very good.
$50 to the next sprint winner, thanks to Bell's helmet.
Thanks to Bell Helmets, $50 to the next sprint winner. That's just a bit more incentives for Sophie Edwards to really feel the pain here. It's going to be worth it. If you get to that next sprint and you are the winner, you get $50 courtesy of Bell Helmets. One of the sponsors here tonight, $50 to the next sprint from Bell Helmets. And Amber Pate, Sophie Edwards, they're just going to go on with this one. They're going to throw it all on the line. If they can hang out in front, they could collect the next 2 sprints. And it's requiring the main field to really work hard together to try and make sure that gap doesn't stretch out. But I tell you what it is, getting towards that straight, getting towards the half lap kind of gap between the Bayside Skoda team and the main field. If it gets out anymore, they are going to be in danger of losing that lap the main field to the Bayside Skoda team. But we'll have to wait and see. Still working well. Maeve Plouffe now getting out of the saddle and really lifting the pace, trying to get on with things. Amber Pate now, the legs are starting to get a little bit heavy, but she's got her teammate Sophie Edwards to sling her back into the bike race and really start to lay it down. They're going to approach the second last sprint and they're looking at a really good position to get the 5 points there. There's the sound of the bell. Sophie Edwards is absolutely burying herself on disc here this evening in the Women's Madison as Alyssa Polides now goes to the front of the main field, followed closely by the Victoria team. Alex Martin-Wallach's in the mix as well. It's going to cut into that lead that the Bayside Skoda team's built up. They're going to get 5 more points. Sophie Edwards looks over the shoulder. They're coming after her. Polides is going to go on with it. She sees Sophie Edwards in front of her now, and this has caused a bit of chaos. It's really shaking things up. 10 laps left to go in the Women's Madison.
Look at the points up on the scoreboard. 3 riders, 2 teams unfortunately down by 3 laps, but everyone riding very, very well. Maeve Plouffe did a big job to bring back that team number 2 there of Bayside Skoda. So the pace goes off momentarily, and it's Maeve Plouffe riding in the black number for Quest Ivanhoe. So a bit of a break now. So no doubt that team number 2 picked up the $50 for winning that last sprint, thanks to Bell's helmet. $100 for the final sprint, $100 thanks to Bell's helmet. The final sprint to the winning team, $100 for the final sprint, thanks to Bell's helmets. Leading them out there is Quest Ivanhoe. That's Maeve Plouffe. Swings up the track. Alexander Martin-Wallace in the yellow colours at second wheel. I tell you what, they did a lot of work. Team number 2 in the white, that's the Bayside Skoda team. They're having a bit of a break now. $100 for the final sprint. Meg Marker riding for the team there of SRM. That's her in the blue colours. As the team from Quest Ivanhoe. That's Maeve Plouffe throws in the young Victorian. Double points the end, of course, double points, and $100 for the team that takes out the final sprint, thanks to Bell's helmet. Only 5 points the difference, and there's double points for the final. Anyone's National Madison at this stage, with 1 lap, 1 sprint to go. Coming down to get 3 laps to go. Double points, $100 for the team that takes out the final sprint. And now as I move on around the outside by Nicola McDonald, this is the Victoria team. I tell you what, they're on the burst. Trying to chase him across. Chloe Moran, she's out of the saddle. She's riding for TAC. Double points up for grab. They'll come around. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. And Moran's gone for home. Moran looking for team number 1. That's Bellighty. She throws in May Flip down the back straight. They'll come and get the bell. Double points up for grab. About to be thrown in now is Alexander Martin Wallace. They get the bell. Oh! Alexander Martin Wallace, but May Flip's gone for home. She's riding for Ivanhoe, Maven Flip. She's being chased there by Alexander Martin Wallace on the top bin. $100 for the winner. Into the front straight. May Flip, Alexander Martin. Oh! Flip on the inside. Picks up the $100. And that'll settle. No doubt, they'll be declared the National Madison Champions for 2022. May Flip and Elise Bellighty will take out the 2022 National Madison here in Melbourne. Yes, all the riders deserve a round of applause. I tell you what, they've ridden their hearts out. They're suffering like nothing else. They got skin off. They'll be attended by first aid. Some teams lost the lap, but they're only 17-year-olds and they're riding Australia's best riders. 17-year-olds, that's great experience for those teams that lost the lap or lost points. So thanks to Bell's helmets. Great prize money there for the sprint. So what an event. Isn't it great? The most aggressive team, if I was giving money out, would be Bayside Skoda. They were the most aggressive team out there. Sophie Edwards and also Amber Pate. They're the team that took half a lap, but they'd be the most aggressive team. We're just asking them to line up in their number order. We're just waiting for the bike change. 12. But we're waiting for a bike change. Yep. Cool. We've just seen the women's Madison. Isn't it great to have the National Madison Championships back here in Melbourne? Because of COVID, it was held in Adelaide last year. The youngster Elise Bellighty's partnered May Plouffe. But this is the team I was impressed with here. Sophie Edwards and Amber Pate. And look at the 2 youngsters there. She came down twice, Lucinda Stewart. They're both champion riders. Sophie Ma won the under-19 road race up there at Ballarat. And Lucinda Stewart, the gold medal in the criterium. Team number 8, what great learning experience for them. Alana Rebar and Sophie Sutton, team 8. Great experience, as was team number 4, the youngsters in the 17-year-old Belinda Barley and Amelia Mulhern. You won't see better racing than this anywhere. We have got the cream of Australia's cyclists here this weekend. They rode on Saturday in the Big Bells Helmet Carnival. Graham Frizzle looking very relaxed as he makes his way up there, riding for Bayside Skoda. Got his part there in the Queenslander, James Moriarty. So we'll be introducing the 12th team to you shortly. Yes, boy, and they deserve that. Did the Bayside Skoda team, Amber Pate and Sophie Edwards, they deserve a little bit of money in their hands, so they
were very aggressive. Just need a bike change here for one of the teams. Riders just riding around and introduce them from team 12 right through to team 1.
But we just need to have a bike change. There was a broken bike in the women's events. They had to get one of the men's bikes to ride on, so a little bit of expense there for the Australian team with a broken bike. Chloe, have you got your breath back yet? I tell you what, that was a pretty tough Madison.
Oh, yeah, I still haven't been there. Well, I mean, I hope it came down to right, but yeah, it's a really strong race. All the girls every time is really
You have nothing out there. Look at Alexandra, she's absolutely spent here. And of course, next to you, Chloe.
We've got the track nationals and track coaches coming up soon, so this is a good lead up to them to have another Madison at the track coaches. So it's we've got a lot of racing, which is really good after the long stint after COVID.
Australians team from South Australia going to the national course.
Yeah, I think TP is an event that SA Women have always really started on that. Hopefully another strong team to come out of it, hopefully being like a
Well, today, Chloe Moran, Alexander Martin Wallace. She's in space at this stage. She doesn't know where she is. The youngster from Queensland. Riders lining up there in the marshalling area. The 2022 National Madison Championship for men, over 200 laps. One to start on the fence in the front straight, one rider in the back straight. So riders, when you've been introduced, one rider to the front straight, one rider to the back straight. The first team we introduced, team number 12. They're two young riders. They're riding for today's plan. This is Mitch McGovern with the black number on and the youngster in Taryn Cook. Team number 11, riding for Sis, another two youngsters. Dylan Proctor Parker in the black number, and from Bendigo, Nate Haddon in the red. Two young riders here in the National Madison. Next up, riding for Genevieve's Coffee, and what a magnificent coffee it is. In the black number is Jordan Villani, and in the red number, the youngster in Jackson Rebar. Riding for Bike Chain, they're in the blue colours here. A former winner of the Melbourne Cup on Wheels riding in the black number. That is Hayden Smith and Nate Haddon. From Comwire IT, from New South Wales, we've got Ben Harvey and Dylan Ether. Waving to the crowd was Ben Harvey with the black number. From Premax, a very good team here, the young West Australian in the black number, Ollie Blenheim, and in the red number, Zach Marriage. Riding for SRM, you've seen him win the Austral before. Riding in the red number, this is Dalton Stretton and his Tasmanian teammate in the black number, Jack Menzies. Riding for Victoria, the two South Australians in the black number, Angus Miller, and in the red number, Leo Zinnerman. Riding for Kask, a magnificent helmet in the black number, this is Kurt Harnett, and in the blue-red number, it's Raja Grewal. A team to look out for now coming onto the track. Two youngsters ride for the VIS in the black number. We have got Henry Deitch, and from Bendigo in the red number, Blake Agaletto. Riding for Bayside Skoda. In the black number, he's on fire. Graham Frisley and the Queenslander in the red number, James Moriarty. These pair paired up to win the last Bendigo International Madison. In the black number, he hails from Western Australia. This is Connor Lay, and in the red number from Tasmania, Joshua Duffy. What a field here for the 2022 Australian National Madison Championship. Great to see the crowd coming back to cycling. And of course, one rider in the front straight, one rider in the back straight. Thanks, riders. 200 laps here at the Joe Ciavola Velodrome. Sprints every 10 laps. 20 points if you take a lap, 20 points if you lose a lap. Double points for the last lap. Hugo, you're looking forward to this one.
Absolutely. We still have a great race, 120 lap women's Austral. I'll tell you what, 200 laps, it looks like a long way. It's going to be over very shortly. We're going to absolutely fly around this gear this evening. Great field, 12 teams on the program. It's set to be an absolute cracker of a bike race. As Ian said, sprints every 10 laps. Double points up for grabs in the final sprint. Take a lap of the main field, you get 20 points. You lose a lap, you lose 20 points. Ready to get on the way.
So Hugo just getting his battery changed and...
They're on their way for the 2022 National Madison Championship, and the first rider to show out is Taron Cook. He's riding there for the today's plan. That's team number 12. He's in the red number, Taron Cook from the Blackburn Club. Graham Frisley hails from Backish Marsh. He's got the black number riding in the white colours of Bayside Skoda. Team number 11 in the orange colours. That's the rider there of Nate Haddon, the youngster from Bendigo. His father, a former winner of the Melbourne Cup on wheels. This young fellow, going to be a sensational rider. So it looks like he's all wired up now. Maybe I'll do the first 10, Hugo, then we can slip you in after your batteries have been changed on your radio. So it's the team here. This is the team, the two New South Wales riders. In the red colours there is Greewall, swings up the track, a flick at the elbow there by the rider there of Blake Agaletto, riding for TAC. A couple of teams already just feeling the pinch early on. It's Mitch McGovern trying to get across to him along with team number 10 there. That's the rider of Jackson Rebar, but all back together again now in the opening laps of the 200 lap Madison. 195 to go, and that's Angus Miller, who hails from South Australia on the front, wearing the black number 5, riding for Victoria Tyres. Team number 4 changed now. They're riding for Kask, of course, a helmet manufacturer in the green colours. And that's the right. Look at Graham Frisley in the white colours there, riding for Bayside Skoda. Nicely positioned to the first sprint. Move around the outside. This is Ben Harvey on the move. Ben Harvey on the move here, riding from Comwire IT. His partner, of course, is Dylan Ether, but he's on the move here. This is Ben Harvey. The further it goes, the further he likes it, Ben Harvey's. He goes out of the straight, the leader. No one chasing at this stage. And Ben Harvey, he throws in Dylan Heather, the boy from Dubbo. And Dylan Ether, he's kept the pace going. No urgency yet. He looks over the shoulder to Dylan Ether. The bell sounds for the first sprint. First sprint coming up. Look at team number 2 coming into it now. That's the rider of James Moriarty, the Queenslander. But into the front straight, picking up the... Ben Harvey, where's the moves coming from? Oh, team number 1, that's the Western Australian there with the black number. That's Connor Lay as they go down the back straight. First 10 laps down, 190 to go. Oh, he hasn't updated it. Look.
And Harvey there, the individual pursuer from New South Wales in what is a very young field. This is a bloke who's been hanging around a national championship for the last decade or so. He's up a bronze medal in the individual pursuit a couple of years ago at the national champs. So he's absolutely no slouch on a track bike. A seasoned veteran of Australian track racing and a very, very solid rider. So this is a dangerous move here from the New South Wales team. And the score is up on the board. So that's the Comwire IT team. Ben Harvey and Dylan Ether, the 2 teammates from New South Wales. They're in the lead. Team number 8, they got the 5 points from the opening sprint. And there's a really good move from Ben Harvey. Both of these riders with strong endurance backgrounds. Dylan Ether as well. Certainly good in the sprint finish, but it looks like the main field is working pretty well. Coming back towards them though, they're going to keep going on with the move. Not going to swing up and raise the white flag just yet. Heading towards the Comwire IT team. Still in the lead in this bike race. 185 to go. Head towards the second sprint. Connor Lay, Josh Duffy. 2 riders in that Australian cycling program now following the Olympics. Connor Lay, such a good rider, both on the track and the road, individual pursuing and time trialling, the rider from WA. Josh Duffy, the Tasmanian, and it is going to be all back together once again. So Ben Harvey and Dylan Ether, they get 5 points for their troubles. It was a good move from Harvey. Knew he probably wasn't going to get a 5 at a sprint from the main field, so he tried an alternative method, attacked off the front and it worked. Got the 5 points. And he's on the front of the main field now. So Connor Lay on the wheel. They go over the top now. This is Graham Frisley now making his way through the field. We know how fast Graham is. Watch for him at this next sprint. The Bayside Skoda colours. The TAC team, Henry Dietz has got himself in the second wheel. Ben Harvey still amongst it as well. Here we go. This is going to be the second sprint. They come down. Graham Frisley tries to go around the outside. He comes down. It's Josh Duffy who's leading this one out. Frisley's going to try and challenge, but Duffy's looking good as they head towards the line for this next sprint. I think Duffy's going to get the 5 for the Quest Ivanhoe team. He does. Coming through there in second place late was Blake Agnolito in front of Graham Frisley, who just faded a little bit. He was stuck out in the field for a few laps. He needed his teammate to come through, but it's Quest Ivanhoe that time taking the 5 points.
The 3 Baysides go to the 2, and Comwire IT picked up the 1 point. 2 sprints down, many more to go. But a very top combination here of Connor Lay, the Western Australian, and Josh Duffy. The last time the Bendigo Madison was won, they won the Bendigo Madison the last time. It was won up there at the Tom Flood track in Bendigo. A great combination here now over there with Brett Aiken in the endurance team over in South Australia. Team number 7, Premax, the youngsters in Ollie Blenheim and also Zach Marriage. So the pace goes off as Ben Harvey, flick of the elbow there from Ben. A nod of the head there by the rider in Connor Lay. Don't know what he was signifying, whether he was going up the track, but a nod of the head. He's about to throw in the Tasmanian, Josh Duffy. Josh Duffy won 2 Launceston wheel races in a row. Missed out last year. Team number 2 on the move now, Graham Frisley. Swung up the track, as did the rider there of Blake Agoletto in the yellow colours. Team number 3 riding for TAC, coming down the front straight. Team number 5 doing it nicely for Victoria. That is Leo Zinnerman Team number 4 riding for Cass. This is Grewal on the outside in the green colours. So nicely bunched up. The youngsters doing a good job too. They're team number 12 and team number 11. That's Dylan Proctor Parker and Nate Haddon, and also Mitch McGovern and Taryn Cook, 2 of the young combinations. As they're coming down, 172 laps to go. They'll be looking for position here. And that's team number 5 going along nicely. Angus Miller. Around the outside now goes team number 7. This is Ollie Blenheim. And I'll tell you what, he's in good form, the West Australian. Blenheim leads down to get the bell. Team number 7 at the bell. Chasing there is the rider there of James Moriarty. Moriarty throws in Frizzley. Frizzley, the boy from Bucky's Mark. He's looking for the 5 points. He's in the white colours. Frizzley around the outside from Zach Marriage. And Frizzley will pick up the 5. Frizzley picks up the 5. Getting up for second would have been Zach Marriage riding for Premax as they go down the back straight. A very fast Madison.
Yeah, really nice track.
There from the Bayside Skoda team, dropped in Graham Frizzley right at the perfect moment there. The changeover from James Moriarty to Frizzley, got onto the back wheel and then just stomped on the pedals and went around the outside of Oliver Bledden. He once was Western Australian, now riding for the South Australian Institute of Sport as Deb Gruwal comes to the front. Ben Harvey, always in the mix, he's on the wheel. That's the Conwire IT team. Ben Harvey and Dylan Eva, they took the first 5 points from the opening sprints. It's pretty tight at the top now, it's them. Conwire IT and Bayside Skoda locked at 8 points after the first 3 sprints. The Quest Ivanhoe team of Connor Lay and Josh Duffy, they've got 7 points. They're in second place. As Connor Lay there coming to the front, it looked like he was thinking maybe about making a move. Then just swung up the track, so 166 laps left to go. Maybe thought a little too far out here. It's going to rest the legs a little bit longer, wait for my opportunity. So as I said, Conwire IT, Bayside Skoda locked in 8 points after the first 3 sprints. We've got 6 teams that have recorded points so far, so it's pretty tight. Only 5 points separating the first and 6th place teams in this one. Very tight affair after the first 3 sprints. And this is the Victoria team now coming to the front. In fact, sorry, it's today's plan team. This is Mitch McGovern, a local rider from the Blackburn Cycling Club. He's got the fluoro helmet on. He's on the front. The today's plan team with Taryn Cook, the 2 teammates from the Blackburn Cycling Club. Couple more laps left to go until the next sprint. McGovern happy to stay on the front, really doing a lot of the pacemaking here. This one's going to hurt the legs. Got the Premax team there. Zach Marriage is on the wheel. We saw Bledden, very good at that last sprint, second place, got the 3 point. And now Cook has been slung into this one. He leads things out. He's got Marriage stuck on the wheel. It's then James Moriarty sitting in second spot. Third wheel, I should say, the Queenslander. We know how good he is on a track bike. There's the sound of the bell. This one is really up for grabs. Anyone can take this. It's the TAC team. Blake Agnolito jumps onto the wheel. Who's going to get this one? Premax once again. This is Oliver Bledden, the South Australian, coming through to the front straight. He's going to get the 5 points. Frizzley's not there to take it away from him this time. Agnolito second place with a 3. But I tell you what, this has opened up a real gap now, and this could just spice up this men's Madison.
Danger. Connor Lay riding for Quest Ivanhoe, bridged across there along with Graham Frizzley riding for Bayside Skoda. So 4 teams out in front now down the back straight. So these 4 teams coming to the front straight are leading the Madison at this stage with 158 laps to go. That's the rider on the front swinging up the track there in the red number 7. That is Zach Marriage. He did a great job there in that sprint. Flick of the elbow there by the yellow team of TAC. That was Henry Dietz. Flick of the elbow there by the rider of Josh Duffy, the rider from Tasmania with the red number 1 on. He drops back the 4th wheel now. So the gap has been bridged across with team number 4 riding for Cass in the green colours. But burying the head now and on the move, a flick of the elbow there by Henry Dietz. They didn't want to go on with it though. So once again, the lull before the storm is Josh Duffy throws in Connor Lay, a powerful rider from Western Australia, part of the new endurance team over there in South Australia with the likes of Sam Welsford, Cal O'Brien, Lee Howard's retired, Luke Clapp's over there riding the World Cups, and Alex Porter is having a bit of a break for cycling. Blake Agaletto has got the hand up in the air. He said, stay up there, Henry. So I'm not sure what that was all about, but he was waving to his teammate there with Blake Agaletto. Coming down with 153 and going along strongly is the rider there of Kurt Eder riding for Cass. Good to see team number 9 up there nice and handy. Team number 9 riding for Bike Chain. Coming down the front straight, 150, 2 to go. Around the outside, you can see the rider of Josh Duffy, the red number 1. He didn't let them escape there. Now Blake Aguilera throws, team number 3 throws in Henry Dietz. They get the bell about the south. Dietz, he's on the move around the outside, but they've gone for home. Team number 9 and team number 4, Dietz. Also there is the rider, also there from Ivanhoe, and Quest Ivanhoe, team number 1 around the outside. Oh, picks up the fight, boys. What great bike handling skills there as they go in the back straight. And they're on the charge here as the team from Quest Ivanhoe. Also team number 3 riding for TAC. This is Henry Dietz.
The Quest Ivanhoe team, Connor Lay wanted the change. I'm not sure what was really on. A couple of riders had to do some acrobatics to go around the outside. Luckily, no touch of wheels, and we're all good in this bike race with 148 still to run in this. And I tell you what, the chaos, it's building. The Quest Ivanhoe team, they lead on 14 points out in front of the Bayside Skoda and TAC teams on 9 points. So 5 points now separation. That's the biggest separation we've seen in this bike race so far. And we've got 4 teams out in front now. The TAC team, Quest Ivanhoe, the Cass team in the green jersey, and also the Premax team in the pink jersey. As Bayside Skoda now, Graham Frisley and James Moriarty are about to make contact. So all of these riders, they're trying to claw their way across, they're trying to scrap, do whatever they can. Taron Cook looks to have had a mechanical. I think he's had a puncture in the back straight there. His front wheel doesn't look great. But I tell you what, he's done a good job to not fall off his bike. And Taron Cook, he's all good, but he's definitely had a front wheel issue there. It happened just as they were about to make the change as well. So luckily, crisis was averted. He'll need to have the mechanics look at his bike and get that fixed up. And in the meantime, Mitch McGovern, he's got some work to do. He doesn't have a teammate at the moment. Taron Cook waiting on the mechanic to put him back into the bike race. Mitch McGovern riding for today's planned team in the black and white, in the red and white, I should say, the number 12. He'll have to hang out for a few laps, have to stick in. He's at the back at the moment in the fluoro yellow helmet. We'll edge closer now to the next sprint. It's the Premax team on the front of the bike race. Zach Marriage, Oliver Bledden, they've been very active at the sprints. Bledden even took one of them out. He's on the front now. Dalton Stretton, the winner of the Austral Wheelrace of 105 metres here this evening. He's in the mix as well, just floating back through the field as we've now got a move coming from the Cass team, right on the bell lap as well. And Josh Duffy is going to be put back into the bike race here by his teammate in Connor Lay, and it's really well timed. He goes around the outside of the Cass teammates. Not a great change there for Gruwell. He comes through, still going to collect the 3 points, but he's certainly lost some momentum as Henry Dietz collects a couple of points. And I tell you what, I reckon Josh Duffy's going to go on with this move, and we'll see if it eventuates into the next few laps.
A flick of the elbow there by Henry Dietz. He's riding for TAC with the black number, the yellow colours there of the TAC. So team number 9 making contact once again. But the hammer's been put down once again by the Quest Ivanhoe team. He's got the company though in James Moriarty riding for Bayside Skoda. He's about to throw in the rider of Graham Frisley. Frisley gets thrown in now in the white colours riding for Bayside Skoda. But he's been tracked there by the team here from Quest Ivanhoe. That's the rider of Connor Lay. The youngster from Tasmania. First time he's been on the front. That's Jack Menzies riding for team number 6. That's SRM. He's about to throw in the Austral Wheelrace winner here in Dalton Stretton in the blue colours, and it's Jack Menzies. Looks up and he sees he's got for company there in Dalton Stretton. So Stretton now in the blue colours goes to the front down the back straight. Dalton Stretton. Team number 4 riding for Cass there. This is the rider here of the Greewall. Greewall about to be thrown in there by Kurt Ether. The black number 8 there. That's Ben Harvey. Was very aggressive early on in the Madison. I tell you what, some of these younger teams that haven't picked up any points are still riding very, very well. And the pace has been a cracker right throughout. James Moriarty in the white colours goes up beside Greewall. They're riding in the green colours. A bit of a move around the outside with 133 laps to go. And it's team number 5. That's the team there, led by Angus Miller, one of the young South Australians. Angus Miller, his partner is Leo Zinnerman. He looks under the arm, but they're coming quickly to close this down. And the team here from Bayside Skoda on the move. James Moriarty being tracked there by Henry Deese. Then further back there, throwing, that's the rider of Connor Lay. About to change, I'll come and get the bell once again. The bell sound, and this is Graham Frisley. Frisley on the move, being chased there by the rider there in Blake Aguiletto. Aguiletto and Frisley. Frisley in the white, Aguiletto in the yellow. Aguiletto, the Bendigo rider. He'll come down and take out the 5 points there for TAC. TAC picked up the 5, picking up the 2 there was Bayside Skoda. Quest Ivanhoe picked up the 2, and team number 7, that's Premax, picked up the 1. And these teams are skipped clear here.
Tell you what, there's a lot of local support here for the TAC team of Henry Dietz and Blake Agnolito, the 2 Victorians putting on a really good display of bike racing here this evening. They were second place now after 130. The sprint at 130 to go. They sit on 16 points, 5 points behind the Quest Ivanhoe duo of Connor Lay and Josh Duffy. So not too far behind at all. Bayside Skoda, they sit in 3rd. That's Graham Frisley and James Moriarty in the white gear. The number 12 team, the today's planned team, Taryn Cook and Mitch McGovern, they have pulled out of the Madison. Fortunately, Cook did have that front wheel issue. I think that's forced them to withdraw. And the pace now just going out of this one. They're looking around at one another. Who's going to take up the challenge? Who's going to come to the front and set the pace making? At the moment, Oliver Bledden is on the front. Happy to just roll the legs over. Graham Frisley launched back into this one. Sits 2nd wheel. Connor Lay, 3rd wheel. Who's going to make the next move? Henry Dietz and Blake Agnolito. Really smart bike racing from them so far. They've done some really nice changes going into the sprint, and that's allowed them to pick up 16 points so far and put them at 2nd in this bike race. And a lot of racing together, and they're looking like a good, solid team at the moment. Super smooth changes that can really make the difference. We've seen a couple of rough changes from Kurt Ether and Dev Gruwal. This one's a little bit smoother. It can be very tricky when you're going into the sprint. You're hitting 60 k's an hour, and then you try and sling your teammate into the race. Takes a lot of skill, takes a lot of balance. We head towards the next sprint. Pace now just lifting. This is James Moriarty on the front. It's the right shoulder, and now we've got a move coming over the top. This is the Victoria team. We haven't said that name too often in this Madison, but Angus Miller and Leo Zimmerman. This is Miller on the front at the moment, the South Australian individual pursuer, and he's gone long range. He's going a long way from home. Can he get the 5 points? They come over the top. This is Dietz and this is Lay. They punch over the top. Who's going to get the 5 of this sprint? Connor Lay, the West Australian, is looking very good. Dietz is going to make a move. Can he get over the top? Ooh, not quite. Good move though. The crowd really behind Henry Dietz and Blake Agnolito at the moment, and they're giving them a good reason to be.
I think he just lasted Connor Lay, but coming at him was Henry Dietz there, riding for TAC. in the yellow colours of the black number 3. Great riding here by the in the Madison. We're not at the halfway mark yet, and I tell you what, there's been plenty on here. 100 for the first lap, thanks to Bell's helmet. $100 for the team that can take the first lap. $100 thanks to Bell's helmet for the team that can take the first lap. That's a bit of incentive, ladies and gentlemen. $100 for the team that can take the first lap. This is the Bayside Skoda team. It's the Queenslander, James Moriarty, up the track. I tell you what, they've been pretty aggressive, team number 4 riding for Cuss. And this is the rider there of Kurt Ether, the boy from Dubbo, up in New South Wales. Comes down the front straight, looking for his partner in Greenwall there. They'll change on corner 1. Ben Harvey in the black colours go up the track. Team number 9 riding along very nicely. That's the youngster in Jackson Rebar. Or should it be the rider there of team number 9? Sorry, that was the Rowan Hayden Smith. Sorry, looked at the wrong number. Greenwall out of the straight, riding for Cusk helmets. Team number 9. That's the Rowan Hayden Smith now, a former winner of the Melbourne Cup on wheels. Leads them into the straight. The TAC team on their wheel though, the yellow colours of TAC. That's the rider of Henry Dietz. Connor Lay, the big Western Australian there in the red colours at second wheel. Graham Frisley in the white. Riding for Bayside Skoda. Then it's the pink colours. This is the rider from Western Australia in Ollie Blenheim, who finished 3rd in the Austral. So we're not at the halfway mark yet. We're getting tired. What do you think the riders are like? As they come down the front straight, 112 to go. On the front is the rider there of Blake Aguiletto. Aguiletto, now a move around the outside by the team number 8. This is the team of Ben Harvey and Dylan Eater. They'll come this time and get the bell. 5 more points up for grab. 5 points up for grab. And it's Dylan Eater that leads out. Look at Bub is about to throw in here. The rider of Henry Dietz. Dietz gets thrown in. He's out after the rider there of Ben Harvey. Dietz, he's riding for TAC. Can he pick up the 5 points? They go to the line on the out. Yes, on the outside. It was Henry Dietz that took that out from Ben Harvey. What? A few spokes missing there on that wheel. Yes, a few spokes. A bit of a counter-attack now after that sprint there, Hugo.
Yeah, Connor Lay looking to get on with things here. The West Australian as we near the halfway mark in this men's Madison. 200 laps, almost 100 down. And we know that Lay can sit at this pace all day long. Agnolito is going to ride up to his back wheel though. As they do the change, you get Josh Duffy back into the bike race. A couple other riders starting to come across too. The SRM team, Jack Menzies and Dalton Stretton, they're back in the mix. We've got Bayside Skoda and TAC, so the big hitters are up the front at the moment. The other teams are scrambling to get themselves back up to the front. Premax have done a good job. Oliver Bledden with some really good work now. Got 5 teams at the front. A gap starting to open up between Bayside Skoda and the SRM team now as they just start to duck away a little bit here. Heading down the back straight, the team of Connor Lay, John and Josh Duffy, the Quest Ivanhoe team, trying to bring back that gap. Make sure they're at the front of the bike race, but Dietz, he knows which wheel he needs to follow. Connor Lay, that's a pretty good wheel. I bet Quest Ivanhoe, they've got 28 points. They're on the top of the standings. But the TAC team of Henry Dietz and Blake Agnolito are only 4 points behind on 24. They're in second place right now, and there is not a lot separating the TAC and Quest Ivanhoe teams at the moment. So we've got about 6 teams at the front now. A little bit of a gap opening up. Ben Harvey is going to get put back in. He's got some work to do as they all swing up above the blue line. Pace just goes out a little bit. Almost a bit of a touch there between Frisley and Connor Lay. This is terrific bike racing. They're putting on an absolute spectacle here this evening. If not a national class, absolutely world-class field here. And it's Bledden now who goes to the front. He's won a sprint so far in this Madison. He's been very, very good, super active. Got the pink jersey on, riding for the Premax team with Zach Marriage. And here they go. There's the sound of the bell. Oliver Bledden, he's got some work to do, but he's got himself in a really good spot. Henry Dietz is injected coming into this sprint over the top. James Moriarty, really nice there over the top of Bledden as Marriage is put back in for this one. Who's going to get there and take the 5? It's Moriarty. But the Bayside Skoda team ahead of Premax TAC, and then Quest Ivanhoe just getting the point there and ticking along their tally.
Yes, it'll take up to 20 points for your Bayside Skoda. He took out the fight, but look at the big West Australian. He is on the move. $100 for the first team to take a lap. This looks serious here. Connor Lay at the halfway mark. 100 down, 100 to go. Who's going to do the chasing? It's the attack team burying the head there. That's young Blake Aguiletto. And look at Graham Frisbee. They said, no, we're not going to get away from us here. Connor Lay riding for Quest Ivanhoe. So 3 teams have formed out the front now as Connor Lay throws in the Tasmanian in John Duffy. Duffy gets thrown in riding for Quest Ivanhoe. Blake Aguiletto there takes up the running now in the yellow colours. He's looking for his teammate here in Henry Dietz. And Henry Dietz now takes up the running. It's on his wheel James Moriarty, the Queenslander. Josh Duffy now just cruises to the front. I tell you what, this pink team's riding well. That's the youngster from West Australia in Ollie Blenheim in the pink colours. Trying to bridge across here is the cast team, the green team. And this is the rider of Greewall trying to get across. Also trying to get across there is the team of SRM. This is the rider of Dalton Stretton who took out the Austral. On his wheel riding well, team number 11. That is Dylan Proctor Parker in team number 7, the black colours. Black number of Dylan Proctor Parker. Pace goes off momentarily. Just looking at the point score at this stage, you see 3 points only the difference. Quest Ivanhoe on 29. On 26 points, TAC. On 20 points, we've got Bayside Skoda. On 14, team number 7, Premax. On 11 points, team number 8, Comwire IT. They're the 5 teams on 10 points or more. As they come down, we're past the halfway mark. Next sprint coming up. Next time around, they'll get the bell. Team number 8 trying to make contact. That's the team there of Brent Harvey and Dylan Ether. A warning for Team 4 for abusive language. A warning to Team 4 for abusive language. That's from the Chief Commissaire. Abusive language, team number 4. The move's on now. This is Josh Duffy, the Tasmanian. The Tasmanian, Josh Duffy. But it's the young Bendigo youngster riding for TAC in black, Aguiletto. He gets up to Duffy. He goes underneath Duffy as they come down the front straight. Cream number 4 pedalling across to that group out in front. That's Greewall. They've had a warning for abusive language from the UCI Commissaire. Aren't we lucky here today to have 4 international or UCI commissaires? Matthew Wright's the one doing the pointing for the leaders. Team number 8, Kurt Ether gets thrown in. Team number 11, that's 8 Haddon, the boy from Bendigo, getting great experience here in a 200-lap Madison. They're only up from under 17 age category, and he'll throw in his teammate there in Dylan Proctor Parker. But looking out the front though, looking over his shoulder is the rider of Henry Dietz, a flick of the elbow by Dietz. A move around the outside by team number 4. This is Kurt Ether. And Kurt Ether is on the charge. 86 laps to go. And Kurt Ether, they've already had a warning. And I tell you what, he might have a bit of anger.
Yeah, looks like a rocket at the moment. Sees 85 laps left to go. Now that last sprint, we just saw the Quest Ivanhoe team of Josh Duffy and Connor Lay just stretch out that lead to TAC ever so slightly. It's now 5 points separating Quest Ivanhoe and TAC at the top of the standings, 34-29. But watch the team, the green team, the cast team of Deb Gruwell and Kurt Ether. They've been amongst the action in this event so far. I've got a warning for abusive language, but I tell you what, they're putting on a spectacle. They've ridden away, they've opened up a gap, and they need a lap here. They'll get 20 points if they take a lap, and that'll put them back in the mix because they don't have too many points so far. They currently sit outside the top 5, the Cass team. They sit in 6th place. They've got 7 points so far from the sprints, so 20 points would really push them up the standings and into the top 3, and they're working well at the moment. Kurt Either, the New South Welshman, and Dev Gruwell, the rider from the ACT, a guy who's been sticking at it since the under-15s, road and track. He's a good pursuiter, he's a good time trialist, and he's putting on a good show here now. That's the sound of the bell for the next sprint. Either now working towards that. They'll definitely take the 5. But the question is, who'll get the minor placings as Connor Lay goes over the top of Dalton Stretton, the Premax team. They've just been so active at all these sprints, so consistent, getting a point here, 2 points there. Oliver Bledden now towards the sprint. He gets the 3 points. In fact, that was his teammate, Zach Marriage. Marriage gets the 3. Lay takes the 2. TAC another point. But still, watch the green team, the Cass team of Dev Gruwell and Kurt Either. They're leading on the track at the moment.
So Greenwald comes into the front straight. Team number 4 in the green colours, riding for Cass. He's bobbing up and down in the one spot here. He's doing big turns on the front. Where's the attack's going to come from? This is the rider in the white colours, the Queenslander, riding for a Bayside Skoda. Swings up the track, the rider there of James Moriarty. But Kurt Either about to be thrown in now in the green colours, having a talk to each other. Kurt Either in the green. No urgency here from the chasers at this stage, although they're gone up to 19 points, I think, Kurt Either's team. He comes the leader into the front straight in the green colours. Team number 9 has been told by the commissary he can't get a sit behind that rider, and has been told to go up the track. That's team number 9. But here comes the leader into the front straight. This is Dylan Either about to throw in Raj Grewal. I tell you what, they're nearly half a lap up here, $100 if you take a lap. The youngster on the front there is Dylan Proctor Parker, riding for the team there from SIS. Down the back straight, half a lap nearly up. This is the team here, Grewal. He's tucking in the big ones. I tell you what, he's putting everything into it. Can he take a lap? Looking over the other side of the track is Blake Agaletto. He's riding for the TAC team in the yellow colours. In the white colours, Graham Frisley here now. He rides for Bayside Skoda. This is the rider here of Zach Marriage in the pink colours. The number 1 team gets thrown in now. And the Tasmanian in Josh Duffy looks over the shoulder. No urgency for Duffy. They lead by 6 points. Double points, of course, the final sprint. But still out in front are the team number 4. The pace has gone off here. And I tell you what, they pick up 20 points if they take a lap. And that would really catapult them to the lead in the National Madison. They get the bell. Another 5 points here for Kurt Either. The bell sound. Connor Lay gets thrown in. Down the bottom of the track there, this is the rider in the yellow colours of Henry Deeks going up and down in the one spot, because around the outside of him goes the pink team. They'll pick up the 2 points. That's the rider there of Ollie Blenheim in the pink colours. Then further back we've got the team there being shown. Graham Frisley gets thrown in there from Bayside Skoda. Still the green team leading. The lead's been narrowed though.
This has been a massive effort from Dev Gruwell and Kurt Either. They're still out in front, but I tell you what, Gruwell is the body's starting to rock and roll. He's shaking a bit, he's moving up and down the track. He wants his teammate to get slung back in because he desperately needs a breather. But I tell you what, there's been some reward for their hard effort. They've got some points. Kurt Either is trying to just get him along, trying to G up his teammate. They're putting in a great run here, the Cass team. Another 5 points and they'll be up into the top 3. They've now got 17 points and they sit in 5th place. And I tell you what, if they can get a lap out of this, they'll get 20 points.
$50 for the next sprint.
$50 for the next sprint, courtesy of Bella Helmets. $50 for the next winner of the next sprint, courtesy of Bell Helmet. So just another incentive for the Cass team to stay out in front, keep working hard. Jeff Gruwell is back in, 65 to go. Really get behind them as they are making something of this bike race. Dev and Kurt Either, the two riders from different states, but they're working together so nicely here this evening. And Gruwell, I tell you what, they could get this lap. He's found something. He's found something within himself. And he's working hard. He's working across. He's heads down the back straight. He's got his eyes on the back wheel there of the number 11 team, the SIS team. Dylan Proctor Parker and Nate Haddon. Dev Gruwell, he can see them. He's searching. He's trying to find something here. He needs Kurt Either to get back into this one and help him out. They'll get 20 points if they take the lap, and I tell you what, they absolutely deserve that lap because they've made something in this bike race. And then now Kurt Either is the one. It's up to Either. He can see the back wheel, that main field. He's found a new set of legs as well. They're going to come up onto the back wheel. The commissaires are going to give him 20 points. Almost. I'll wait for the official recognition. Not quite. They're not quite there yet. They're not quite there yet. There's the sound of the bell. They're still leading. So they're going to get the 5 points, Kurt Either. He's jumped onto the back wheel. So the leader on the track is still the green team. No. The pink team. The pink team get the 5, so they have been given the lap. Have they been given the lap? They've been given the lap. Official confirmation. The Cass team have been given 20 points. So they were given 20 points for taking the lap. So that meant it was the Premax team that actually got the 5. And it is absolute mayhem now. Who's leading? It's the Quest Ivanhoe team wearing the red. Connor Lay and Josh Duffy coming into the front straight. They're now the leaders on the track and still on points, but not by very much.
Yeah. They picked up 100 for taking the lap thanks to Bell's helmet. They picked up 100, $50 for the winner of that previous sprint though. And they're in a little bit of pain here, the green team. They did all the hard work. They chased for over 10 laps. Kurt Either, he says, I want to try to make contact. He's riding out of his skin here as the boy from Dubbo down the back straight, but the pace is on out the front here. Connor Lay sucking in the big ones. We'll look at the scoreboard here and we'll see a big change. Quest Ivanhoe on 32 and Team 4 are gone to 37 points. They're in second place at this stage, the green team. Can they hang on? They're trying to hang on to the back here. They're in terrible pain. The Greenwall, he says, please slow down, give me a breather, please. Down the back straight, but they've made contact again. There for a mile, they look to be in a bit of danger. So they're gone to second place overall, coming up with 54 laps to go, and it's James Moriarty out of the straight. Have a go there, Hugo. My voice is buggered.
Tell you what, his mouth is wide open, Dev Gruwell, but he's absolutely fighting on for his teammate Kurt Either. What a ride to get the 20 points, and now they've just got to try and stick around, don't get dropped off, and maybe if they can just rest up a little bit, they might be able to feature in one of the sprints. We'll get Kurt Either back into the bike race shortly. Either now swings down the track. He's going to get slung in by his teammate Dev, who once again is going to get a nice little rest here for a couple of laps. We approach the next sprint. We approach 50 laps left to go, the final quarter of this Madison. It's still the Quest Ivanhoe team of Josh Duffy and Connor Lay. They lead on 42 points by just 5 points to the Cass team. And I tell you what, Kurt Either is in the mix. He sits fifth wheel, but it's Quest Ivanhoe who lead this one out. Down the back straight, it's Connor Lay. They're trying to go after them. The Victoria team, Angus Miller. TAC's in the mix as well. So's the Premax team who've been so active. And it's Bledden who comes around the outside, collects the 3 points, makes it look easy. The Quest Ivanhoe once again, they get the 5 points, they're showing their consistency, and they're just making it happen. They're ticking over the score, now up to 47 points for the Quest Ivanhoe team, and they're just cementing their spot at the top of the standings.
The pink team really charged home there to pick up the 3 points. That's riding for Premax. And that was the young Western Australian there. Throws in now the rider there of Zach Marriage in the red number pink colours. Swinging up the track there is Josh Duffy, the red number 1. In the yellow colours here we've got Henry Dietz about to throw in the young Bendigo rider in Blake Aguiletto. Aguiletto across the line with 47 laps to go. On his wheel there is Josh Duffy. Then further back, team number 5 riding well. They're riding for Victoria. And that's the rider there of Angus Miller, the youngster from South Australia, coming down the front straight. 46 laps to go. The pace has gone off momentarily. Leo Zinnerman now gets thrown in. That's him out the front now with the red number 5 on, Zinnerman. A move down the outside. I tell you what great bike handling skills here these riders have got. They're changing in between riders. Unbelievable. And the young Ollie Blenheim in the pink colour has been very impressed with this young fella from Western Australia. He's now over there with Rowan Wright and also Asher Kudinoff at the South Australian Institute of Sport. 44 to go. The pace goes off. Swinging up the track was Lay. In the yellow colours there. High out of the saddle is the rider of Henry Dietz. And once again, the green team are on the move. Grewal, I tell you what, he'll sleep for the next week. The next month. He looks to be in a lot of pain when he was trying to take that lap. But I tell you what, he's fighting on here, Greenwald. At this stage, they're in second position. They're coming around. Next sprint coming up shortly. And look here, this is the rider of Ollie Blenheim on the move in the white colours there. We've got the Queenslander in James Moriarty. Josh Duffy in the red colours around the outside. Zach Marriage about to be thrown in, the youngster from South Australia. Zach Marriage gets thrown in by Ollie Blenheim. James Moriarty in the white around the outside, and Connor Lay. And then further back to Blake Aguiletto in the yellow. Up on the top bed, look at Connor Lay, look at Blake Aguiletto. 3 across the track. Who's going to take out the point? Aguiletto! Aguiletto from TAC took out the 3 points. 2 points there to the team from Quest Ivanhoe, and 1 point there to Premax.
Team with Henry Dietz. They've got the Victorian home crowd behind them, and he showed his speed then, went around the outside, timed it to perfection, and took the 5 points. And the TAC team currently pulled second with the Cass team on 37 points. Cass, they took the lap, they got the 20 points. They haven't really featured in the sprint since then. They're going to try and hold on to that top 3 position. They are just starting to fade. It was a huge effort for Grewal and Either to take the 20. Took the entire lap around the field. Grewal still just grimacing a little bit there, but he's holding onto the wheels. They've done so well, the green team. Sponsored by Cask here this evening. 36 laps left to go. A reasonably big main field here now, but it's still the Quest Ivanhoe team. They've commanded the lead from the start to the point we are now in this bike race with 35 laps to go. Lay and Duffy, they've looked formidable, very consistent at the sprints. They've won a number of sprints. They've tried a couple little attacks, nothing really stuck. The only attack we have seen that stuck was from
double points up the grabs in the final sprint. Really quick to turn in the final place. Here comes the Austral Wheelrace now, 2020. And he just tries to cheekily go off the front here, but who's after him? None other than Deb Brewer. I don't know where he's finding this. He looked to be out about 20 laps ago after they took the lap, but he's absolutely fighting on for his teammate. What a performance from Brewer. Hold on to the wheel of the SRM teams. Jack Menzies on the front now as we approach the next sprint. They come into the front straight and it's Brewer around. He needs to get up. He needs to change it up and again. This is sneaky from Henry. He goes off the front. Moriarty's coming after him. The Quest
Sainsbury's too late. Features it into 5 and Will. Moriarty there collecting the 3. Conway to 2 and 2. Who got the 1 point? Kurt Eager coming across and getting 1 point for the Cass team, and they feature yet another sprint.
Yes, that separates the two teams. They're on equal point for the TAC team now. We'll go first second with the Western Australia. Look, Eccles was down in the back straight, looks over the shoulder. He looks to be doing it easy here, Connor Way. Looking to his Tasmanian teammate here in the front straight, Josh Duffy. Looks over the shoulder. Sees Josh Duffy come down off the top of the track. Duffy gets thrown in now. And the great team, I'll tell you what, they're doing some great water lately because I'll tell you what, they're out of their stints here. The team with Greenwall and also Ether. On the front again, he looks to be playing every time he goes past. He's bobbing up and down. He's got the shoulders dropping. Team number 2.
And this is Henry, the rider there, of Henry Dietz. So once again, the pace goes off. Team number 9 on the front now. They're riding for Bike Cane. That is Rowan Hayden Smith doing a short turn. 50 for the next sprint, thanks to Bell's helmet. Another 50 for the winner of the next sprint. Bell helmet. $50 for the winner of the next sprint. A bit more incentive. Another 50 in the pocket. Rowan Ether, look at him there in the green colours. Oh, and he's on the attack again, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? They took a lap earlier and he's on the attack again. This is Kurt Ether, the boy from Dubbo. They see the urgency. He is riding out of his skin here, Kurt Ether. Looks over his shoulder. Got a lead of some 30 metres as he comes down the front straight. He wants to pick up points because there's nothing between them and the TAC team. They're fighting for second place. The TAC and also the team of Cask. They're trying to pick up points to go to second place on the leaderboard, the green team. Down the straight, they're in good position with 22 to go. They'll get the bell next time. Look at Conway. He's starting to bring it back into the back straight. It's Greenwall that leads out. Where's his teammate? They'll get the bell. They're starting to come at him now, though. The team here riding for Cask. They get the bell. Greenwall. Around the outside goes Graham Frisley. Then also Josh Duffy. Frisley, he's about to throw in Jane Moriarty. Around the outside there in the yellow colours is the youngster there in Blake Agaletto. They come to the line, taking out the point and increasing their lead. Will be the team there from Quest Ivanhoe. The team there from James Moriarty will pick up from Bayside Skoda.
Deb Brewer would have been too happy when he looked over his left shoulder and saw his teammate Kurt Ether had made another move off the front of the main field. He thought, hey, let me get my legs back. Haven't had enough rest. He tried, Deb Brewer, but unfortunately coming into that last sprint just got swamped by the likes of Connor Lay, furiously surging around the outside and slipped out of the points. But they've been so active. They've really made this bike race, the Cash team, and they're on 38 points. They sit in third place at the moment with Quest Ivanhoe at the moment, a 13-point lead out in front of the yellow TAC team of Henry Dietz and Blake Agnolito. That is the state of affairs with 17 laps left to go. Frisley now leading out with Bledden sitting second wheel and Josh Duffy just closing that gap. And I tell you what, if you've watched this one closely, you'll find that every single time Henry Dietz has found himself planted on the wheel of Connor Lay or Josh Duffy. And I tell you what, the Quest Ivanhoe team have been the right team to follow so far in this Madison. And we are absolutely getting to the pointy end. It'll be interesting to see if Kurt Ether has got any more ideas for a late attack to snatch some late points here, particularly with that final sprint being double points, which could really change up the standings. Still some room to move, particularly in that top 3 and 4. So the TAC team now find themselves on the front. Agnolito doesn't really want to borrow, but he flicks the elbow and floats back through the main field. This race has really been over in a flash. What's that? Do you want me to do the last sprint, or do you want to do?
The next sprint, $50 for the next sprint. And it's the team there riding for Premax. This is young Ollie Blenheim, the West Australian, looks over the shoulder. He's on the move there as Ollie Blenheim. James Moriarty gets thrown in riding there for a Bayside Skoda. Team number 1 riding for the naming rights sponsor here in the Quest Ivanhoe. But look at young Ollie Blenheim on the move for a late attack. Not letting him get away though. It's the team riding for, this is Connor Lay. Team number 3, this is Henry Deitz being thrown in the yellow. They get the bell sound. And it's young Zach Marriage now in the pink colours, riding for Premax. Zach Marriage down the back straight. They're starting to charge. Look at the rider here of Josh Duffy. They're starting to come quickly into the front straight. Josh Marriage, he's going to be caught on the line. Yes, he was. Oh, flashing home there was the rider of Josh Duffy to pick up the 5. I think you'll find the team there of TAC will pick up the 3, and maybe just picking up the 2 there was the team number 7, riding for Premax, trying to get across from his Bayside Skoda. Also the team there, team number 6, that is Jack Menzies and Dolan Stretton riding for SRM. What we're going to do, we're going to get the youngster here in Hugo Morgan. He's going to call the last sprint. One of the he gives up umpiring and takes up commentating full time. Come on, Hugo, let's call it home, young fella.
Here we go, riding for the Premax team. Just missed out on the top 2 of the at the last sprint. But I tell you what, Oliver Bledden, he's not going to say no. He's going to go once again. He's wearing pink. He's riding for Premax, and he's just slipped away now. We saw his teammate Zach Marriage at the previous sprint just get caught on the line by the Quest Ivanhoe and TAC teams, but Oliver Bledden, he's not mucking around. He wants the double points that are up for grabs at the final sprint, and I tell you what, that could put them into 3rd place ahead of the Cass team, so there really is up for grabs here. They can put themselves onto the podium in the Madison if they hang out in front and win this final sprint. They'll take 10 points, and that will push them past the Cass team of Kurt Either and Dev Gruwell. But I tell you what, Dev Gruwell has probably been rider of the day. He's been grimacing for the last 100 laps, but he's fought on. They took the lap, they got the 20 points, and they're sitting 3rd at the moment. Premax might just take that away from them in the final sprint. We'll have to wait and see. Frizzley now, he responds. Blake Agnolito, he's going to get thrust back into the bike race by his teammate in Henry Deitz. He rides back onto the wheel of Frizzley. Frizzley sees Marriage now. He's been put back into this one. He's put Oliver Bledden back into the bike race rather with the sling. So it's Bledden out in front, riding for Premax. He really wants his final sprint. He wants the double points that are up for grabs. For the other teams, they've got other ideas. Henry Deitz is trying to come across. 2 laps left to go. Agnolito is going to ride onto the back wheel. Frizzley and Moriarty, they're going to get there. Agnolito, he is flying. He's going to put his teammate Deitz, the Victorian. They've got the home crowd on their side. There's the sound of the bell. What can they do? Deitz now, he wants the double points. Premax is still there. Moriarty's trying to ride across, but Henry Deitz, he's absolutely surging. He's flying. The Victorian boy comes into the front straight. Henry Deitz, they're going to win the final sprint. They're going to take the 10 points. And the Premax team across the line will get 2nd. Moriarty for the Bayside Skoda 3rd. And I tell you what, if you notice, just slipping across there in 4th place was Kurt Either to collect 2 points for the Cass team. So we're going to wait for the tally to update. I think we're going to find that it's the Quest Ivanhoe team that have held on to win the men's Madison. We're just going to wait for the confirmation of that before we announce it. I think mathematically they've got it.
Victoria, we hope. Hugo Morgan, what a magnificent young commentator he is. And that was a great Australian National Madison. And what a great final sprint there by Henry Deitz. Stay around for the presentations, ladies and gentlemen. Brett Aiken is going to make the presentations, the place in the Madison for 2022. Summarise the event, thanks. Hugo?
Absolutely.
Confirmed, even with the double points they want for grabs in the final sprint. They have the number 1 on their back there, wearing red. The West Ivanhoe team, Connor Lay and Josh Duffy are the Australian National Madison champions. Such consistent riding from the duo throughout. They featured pretty much every sprint. A lot of 5 points, got effective 3s as well. just really didn't miss the boat. Tactically, they would do it. The changes would work. The Victorian TAC duo of Henry Deeds and Blake Angley, so they're going to take the silver medal just 6 points behind the Quest Ivanhoe team. And I tell you what, who's going to take the bronze medal by just 1 point, and they absolutely deserve this bronze medal. Arguably, the team of the Madison, they're going to roll around. They have the Cask team on their back. They wore green. Kurt Eva and Deb Brewer, they're the bronze medalists in the National Madison Championships.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed coming here to watch the Austral Wheelrace, the 124th edition, and also
the National Madison Championship. They put their hands in the air. Josh Duffy and Connor Lay. They've won a Bendigo Madison, and now they've won a National Madison. Be back with presentations shortly for both the women and the men.
Did very well to get to the end of that 200-lap Madison, following on from the 120-lap Women's National Madison Championships. We saw the Quest Ivanhoe team of mate Luke Melissa Pilates win that championship. And this time around it's Connor Lay and Josh Duffy, two members of the Australian cycling team, one from WA, one from Tasmania, sponsored by Quest Ivanhoe, taking the National Madison Championship here this evening.
But they weren't going to wear their
And just a reminder to all
Is in the Madison events to return your Madison.
numbers, to all Madison competitors, make sure that you return your numbers as soon as you're off the bike.
Outside from Zach Murray, and Frizzly will pick up the 5. Frizzly picks up the 5. Getting up for second would have been Zach Murray's riding from the outside, but they've gone for home. Team number 9 and team number 4, Deets. Also there is the rider, also there from Quest Ivanhoe, and Quest Ivanhoe, team number 1, around the outside. Oh, picks up the 5 points. What great bike handling skills there as they get in the back of yellow. Aguiletto, the Bendigo rider, he'll come down and take out the 5 points there for TAC. TAC picked up the 5, picking up the 2 there was Bayside Skoda. Quest Ivanhoe picked up the 2.
West Australian is looking very good. Deets is going to make a move. Can he get over the top? Ooh, not quite. Good move though. The crowd.
TAC, can he pick up the 5 points? They go to the line on the out. Yes, on the outside. It was Henry Deets that took that out from Ben Harvey.
He's absolutely surging. He's flying. The Victorian boy comes into the front straight. Henry Deets, they're going to win the final sprint. They're going to take the 10 points. And the Premax team across the line will get second. Moriarty for the Bayside Skoda third. And I tell you what, if you know... Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
I can tell the live streaming people that in China it's been received because Tim Decker has just sent me a photo from China in quarantine in his room and saying, I'm watching the live streaming in my quarantine room in China. So therefore the live streaming has gone to China. Spiel.
So looking for the place getters in both the women's and men's Madison to make their way across here to the presentation area.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all the live viewers for looking at the live streaming. I tell you what, they've done a great job. And as I just said before, Tim Decker over in quarantine over in China sent me a text to say he's sitting in his quarantine room watching the live streaming. So all you people at home, we hope you appreciated and enjoyed this here, the Austral Wheelrace, the 124th edition, and also the National Madison Championship. Until next time, enjoy the rest of your weekend.